Okay, where are we at? We are on page number 46. And step number one, we need part number 198, which is on board number 11. 198 is going to be top left corner here. And then three 175s. 175s are on board number 5. Alrighty, where's board number 5? 175, we need 3 of them. They're bottom, I only see 2 here. Bottom right here, I got 2. I don't see any more. I don't see anything that fell out earlier. And I got 1, I'll just use 1 from a spare bottom here, so you just need 3. There should be more on board number 7, so this way I'm gonna use up, yeah, there's more on board number 7, quite a few more. I'm just gonna use up these this board. I mean, I still have a couple 32s in here, but I'm gonna leave it aside so it's not on the way. All right, so with the hole down on the right hand side, I'm inserting 175s in the 3 holes from the front, lining them up. Alrighty, and then that's our K1. K2, we need another 198. It's step number 1 in the middle of the page at the top, top left of board number 11. And then once again, board number 7, we got 3 175s in there, bottom right. And so let's see, we got 4 in here. Well, it's probably all 3 that we need because we used 1 up from extra spare. All right, so in this time, the hole is on the bottom left, and once again, 175 is going to go from the front. And that's going to be our K2. Now we need part number 178. That's on board number 7. Bottom, we're going to need 2 of them, right? So bottom right, 2 178s, and then part number 199. Those are on board number 10. Where's my board number 10? That's the bottom right there within that larger piece, 206. So 199 at the top and 199 at the bottom here. And then make sure you check the part number 206 because there is extra material. It's going to be in between. And you remove that extra pieces with either by hand. If you can't remove it by hand, just use the your knife to make sure that it's gone. All right, so these 2 guys, yeah, I got some extra stuff on here. Make sure that extra material is removed from these guys too, from part number 199. And get these cleared up. And then we need to wax the teeth and also the sides of this part, and sand, I guess. Well, I'm just waxing it without sanding. Risky move, but it is what it is. And 199, we're gonna have, let's see, it's pretty much symmetrical. Front hole is a little bit larger, so that's where the larger tab goes in. So there's more space between the teeth and front here. And then the second one, I'll put a little bit of wax on the tabs because it's gonna go in much easier if you do put a wax on there. And that's 2 pieces that we have. Step number 1 on the bottom left of page number 46. We got part number 200 on board number, let's see, 11. It's a long piece on the left hand side of the top. We're going to need these two K1, K2s that we just assembled, and then we need two 177s. 177s are on board number 7. They're bottom left here. There's another part 32 which you're going to need later, and then we can put this piece aside because the only thing that is left is 126 extra. So here we need to wax our teeth on gears 177 on both ends. All right, and then that goes, that longer piece, there's a little marking. That marking is going to go towards K2. K2 is this piece where its hole is on the bottom left. We're going to push it through the hole. I would put a little bit of wax on this, on both ends. Push it through the hole, and then 177 over it, as far as it can go, and it can go almost all the way to the end. And then the other K1 is going to go on the back end, and same thing with 177 from the back, just to lock it in as far as it can go, locking this piece in. And the next step, number 2, we need, let's see, did I insert it correctly? Yes. Next step that we doing is 2, we need to insert K3s. With the teeth, it's going to go towards the gear 177. And then when you insert it, make sure it's all the way to the bottom, flush with K1. And same thing we're going to do on the other end. Need to make sure these two are parallel. I'm going to turn it upside down just to make sure that this happens, and then these sit completely flush. All right, and then our next step, we need to put on step number 3, we're going to need to put part number 32, that's on board number 7 on the bottom right, and then we can put that board on the side. We need to wax part number 32, and from the back side, that goes over over that little rod. Locking 177 in, and then we're locking with a 201, which is on board number 11, bottom right. Oh, top right, sorry. Okay, so we line up the opposite direction, line up with the holes. I'm working upside down just to make sure that these two guys stay parallel. These two. And that's 201 and 202 on the other side. That's top left. The same thing, I'm working upside down. And this one, we're not putting 32 yet, or ever, possibly. There you go, nice and tight. And these two are locked down and parallel. Next step number 4, on that front piece, the 202 that we just inserted, we need part number 183. That would be on board number 7. So I do have a one. which we already took out, so I need to find another 183. Excuse me. Top left of board number 11. And then 203, it's right next to it, to the right. To the right of board number 183, it's to the left of the center line at the top of board number 11. And we need to wax 183, the longer part of it, and wax the tabs too. That'll be easier to insert, and then put it into part number 202, sorry. And then we're doing 205 is going to go in the other empty hole with the white portion, not burnt portion, in the vertical like this. So they're going to be on the left and on the right. Next step, number 5. We're going to need part number 204 and 118. Those guys are... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong... they're on board number 11. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong portion. 118 is the top right corner. And then 204 is going to be right in the middle on the right at the edge there. Okay, and then we need to wax the teeth. We're gonna need to sand the sides, and we're gonna need to wax the sides. We're gonna need to wax the opening. We're gonna need to wax 118 all the teeth. All right, and then 118 is gonna go over the rod as far as it can go. And then 204 is going to get inserted over this little part number 183. And we need to make sure that we're inserting it with the very, so when it sits completely flat, I'm going to need the very first tooth needs to be engaged with the gear. So, and that's the correct, proper way. You cannot, if you put it further down, that's not going to work. And then step number 6, we're going to need part number 32. I'm going to grab it off one of the older boards. Board number 5 that had it extra, but there's some on board number 11. I'm just going to leave them as a spares. So 32 is going to go over the gear. 118 to lock it in. And then we're going to put part number 185 to lock it in completely. And that's also on board number 11. A little bit above the middle on the right hand side. And it's only one way they can get inserted on there. Once you get it lined up, they should lock right in place. Step number 7, we're going to take our sub-assembly, the large, I guess, K part or whatever. Going to flip it upside down with the front towards away from you. Make sure these gears are closed, and we're going to insert this little sub-assembly that we just did into these little slots. Right next to the slots, there's going to be holes that we can put our little tabs in. And we lock it in, including the little tabs onto the sub-assembly here. So right, left side, right side, and then using your little helping tool into the part that's going to be moving. So we had one set is on front comes in, the other set is comes in from the back here, and just either with your finger or with the help tool push it in to lock it in place. All right, and then we're moving to the page number 48, and then our step number 9. Put it aside. We're gonna need cardboard element number 10 before we put it aside. We're running out of room here. Element number 10 is on M3. Then I can put it aside. Need part number 206 on board 10. Bottom right, that large piece that we removed 199s from. And then we're gonna need 3, 4 205s. 205s are on board number 11 in the top left corner here. And they're gonna go with a little hook towards you from the bottom into this piece 206. So we can do, doesn't matter which way it is, upside down or this side. The little tab is going to be on the right hand side. We're going to need to flex it a little bit here. And so as we insert the little 205 tabs, they're going to lock that piece of paper in. So I'm going to start with one on the right side, make sure it fits into the little slot opening. Onto part number 206, we're going to bend it here. And then we can now slide it in very easy all around. So once one is holding, that's going to be slightly lighter and easier to insert these pieces. And that's going to be like, we can put a little bit of wax on 205. And I'm going to check, make sure that we are recording and in a good condition. Yep. All right, so that's going to go all around here in 4 spots. Make sure that little hook catches onto the cardboard, so it'll keep it in place. All right, and now we're gonna take our sub-assembly back, and that's gonna go into the 4 holes right here in the back over the legs. Also, the legs will get inserted, little tabs. So we might want to put a little bit of a wax on those. And then once you line up the holes, they should come in much easier. Start from the front. On both sides. Towards the back. I don't know if I can reach it through here. And then not enough light for me. Once we line up here, it should snap. This part, and I have one hole that is not lining up. Let's see, I have not inserted these completely. I'm gonna open this up, whichever way it goes. There you go. Do a little bit of a help so I can get my fingers in there. Push these through. Help the feet a little bit to go up. I'm assuming that's because they're not completely snapped just yet. Let's open them a little further because they're a little bit this is all away. Now I can line this up and I can easily, well, somewhat easily, snap it in here. No, this one is out and this one, here we go. This one's cut on. Theoretically, I should be able to get my finger in there to push that little part from the bottom. Here you go. To get it completely seated, and same thing on the other one. Here we go. All right, now it's fully seated, and now we need to play with this thing to lower these. That was lifting, and this is lowering it. Just work it back and forth until we get easy lift, easy down, until all the gears work themselves in. Times back and forth. All right, it's now all done and ready. Moving on to the page number 49. And let's see, 49, top left, need parts number 207, that's on board number 11. On the right hand side here, right in the middle or below the middle. We need parts number 208, four of them. Looks like board number 6. On the bottom here, 2. We need total 4. Bottom left. And then board number 10, bottom left. So that'll be 4 of our part number 208. And 2 holes on the right, 3 holes on the left. And let's see if there is a directionality. Looks like these holes on the right, that'll be indication they're going to be tilted to the left a little bit. So that's what you're looking for. And then it goes from the front, it goes with a tab on the left side into these 3, this middle hole and a bottom hole. On the left hand side. And then from the back, it's going to go on the set of the 2 holes that we have. Kind of connecting and creating like a little spiral there with these 4 parts. And then step number 2, we'll put it aside. We're going to need part number 209. That's on board number 11 on the left hand side in the middle. And 4 parts 210. 210 are on board number 6 in the top right corner here. And once again, with the 2 holes on the right, tilted a little bit towards bottom left, we're going to do 2 on the front, on the where the three holes, bottom, middle, and the bottom one. And then from the opposite end, from the back, we're going to do the 2 holes, creating a little spiral. And then for step number 3, we're going to need part number 211. That's on the board number 9 in the top left corner. That's the large piece there, right at the edge. And then part number 94. I wish it was right next to it, but looks like we're going to have to look for it. It's on board number 10, right where that little swirly thing is. On the left hand side, a little bit above the middle. And with this pistons, I guess the larger piece gonna go, let's see, with the 3 holes towards you, it's gonna go in the center hole here. And then with the part number 94 going into the 3rd hole on the left, or like one on the left hand side, and then for the other sub-assembly with the 3 holes towards you again, and the empty hole towards the top, that's going to go on the side, on the right hand side of 211. Careful with 211, looks like I just partially broke it here a little bit. I mean, it's still attached, but it's not in the one piece anymore. It's the first one I broke on this model, but I'm not going to bother gluing it because it's going to go against flat surface, so we shouldn't have any issues. All right, and then this like wiggly thing is going to go with a hole into the 2 sub-assemblies that we did with the little tabs into the top hole. One and two. Okay, and then part number 213 and 214 is going to go over it. Let's see, they're on board number 6, 214 top right, and 213 top left. Top left is going to go over the larger assembly, the 213, and then 214 over the smaller assembly. And then that sub piece, we're going to flip our Falcon upside down, and that's going to go, let's see, just need to figure out where it goes. It goes in the middle. All right, the gear is going to be on the right side, then at the front, this gear right here, this opening, and it's going to go over the opening into these two holes. And so with the wiggly thing towards the front or towards that gear, and our part number 94, and then the larger assembly is going to go into those two holes, and that's going to keep the part down together. That's our I1. Moving on to the page number 50. Let's see, I'm going to open it up a little bit. Page number 50, step number 1 on the top left. We're going to need to make 19 of these little seats, I guess. I2. And then we need parts number 215, 217, 2, and 216, 1 for each. All right, so let's see where these guys going to be. We're going to need part number 215. I see them on board number 10. And so we need to clear out all these guys. 215 top left, 2 of them. We're going to need 19 of them. Top right, 2. In the middle on the right hand side, 4. That's 6, 8. And then to the left a little bit below the middle, 10. And bottom left, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And let's see, there's more on board number 9. Top left. That's going to be 14. 2 more. 16. And then bottom, we got 3 more. That will make it total 19 count of part number 215. Excuse me, my throat is a little dry. Now we need part number 216, also 19 of them. So top left, 1, top right, 2, 3, bottom left, 4, bottom right, 5, 6, 7, back into the board number 10, bottom right, 8, 9, bottom left, 10, a little below the middle on the left, 11, 12, then middle, right at the center, 13, at the top center, 14, 15, a little to the right, 16, and top right, 17, 18, and 19. So we got 19 of these little part number 215. Board number 10 is done. And board number 9, now we need part number 217. We're going to need 38 of them. So board number 9, we got 1, 2, bottom left, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Moving on to the board number 6, bottom right, 14, 16, a little below the middle on the right, 18, to the left or center, 20, top left, 22, 24, very top left, 26, 28, 30, 32, at the center, 34, and top right, 36 and 38. And our board number 6 is done also. We're probably gonna need to separate some of these parts, and then one goes on top, and 216 goes in the middle with the clear portion towards that top, and then the other 217 goes on the bottom, just like this, creating that nice little seat or whatever it is. And we're gonna need to do 19 of these. So top, bottom, let's see if this is faster, middle, whichever way, top, bottom. So if the material splits a little bit, it's a little harder to put it on. But there are spares. I'm gonna put this one aside for now. I'm gonna do 2/16 first. All right, we got 19 of them, the middle installed. Now we need to install the top and the bottom. be installing a lot of them through the next few pages. That one in question. I'm not sure how many spares we got. Hopefully more than one. Alright, that's 17. That one's good. Let's see if I can find the spares and see how many are there. It's good to know. Just in case. Alright, just one. I see just one spare for 215. FYI, gotta be a little bit more careful. This one will work. For me at least. And this one, let me get this off first. Oh, I see what I did wrong there. I put it in the wrong direction. There we go. All right, they all work. All right, so 19 of these, and then I3, gonna need to make 12 of those. And then we need two 218s. They're all on board number 9, looks like it. 24, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, so we take all of these out. Once again, we're gonna have only one spare. So careful taking these out. And unfortunately, I don't have any spares as of right now, at least for these models in my stock in US. So we would have to order from Ukraine if we break something. All right, and then we're gonna need 219/36. So let's see how many are there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, because I already took one out. 24, 26, 28, 30, 31. We're done with board number 9. Let's see. Board number 2 is done. and then it's going to be on board number 12. There's 4 more pieces in the top left corner, and then 5th right a little bit above the middle to the left of the center line. All right, we got a good amount of these, and let's see. So we insert it into the top, middle, and bottom. And then from the other side, make sure they line up and it's the same orientation on both sides, so you'll be able to insert it later on. All right, this doesn't work, so we're probably gonna need to do one at a time. Let me fiddle with this one a little bit, so I'll get this one done. That's fixable, so I need to do one on the left, one on the right. Once again, make sure they line up, and then you insert the middle one and the bottom one. Otherwise, it's more trouble if you do all on one and then try to insert the other one, the other two 18. 2. 3. 4. 5. I'm not gonna count, so just if you wanna skip it, probably give me a couple more minutes to finish all these up, and then we can go to step number 1 on the right hand side or middle of page number 50. One more. Almost there. Bear with me for a little bit longer. Got only a few left. Three, to be exact. Two. And 1. All right, now we're gonna need to install them all into our ship. Take it, it's the same way out. This guy is closer to you, and we're gonna start going from these outside holes looks like it, with a little curved portion facing towards you. There's 2 holes, diagonal holes. Kind of like at, I want to say 5 o'clock position roughly. And then we're gonna do the I2 and I3 right next to it. They are at 40, looks like 45 degrees approximately, or not, maybe 30 on the left and on the right of this subassembly. Then step number 2, right across from it, there's I3 is gonna go into 2 holes right here on the right. And kind of like work it in. And then 3 of the I2s, one on to the right of it, one to the left, kind of like diagonal, also looking in the same direction, and there's one more hole. No, not this one. Or is it this one? That one's correct. 3 here and 1 here, right? Yeah, it looks like this one diagonal. And all facing that direction away from you. Then we're gonna turn it a little bit, and there is on this side. No, where are we at right now? This location, we're gonna turn it sideways. They're gonna go up front right here. So we need two I3s, and you're only gonna be able to insert them into specific side holes. So one is at about 7 o'clock, and the second one's gonna go into a 9 o'clock position. And then I2s, one's gonna go to the right of the first one that you installed, and one's gonna go in between. And then step number 4, right in front of them, we're gonna go with 2 more of I3s. Right next to each other. And then 3 I2s, they're gonna go 1 on each side. One in between, one to the left and one to the right, so it's kind of like a walkthrough. Number 5, we're gonna turn it around another 90 degrees. They're gonna go right here onto the, now it's 5 o'clock position again. 2 more of I3s. One right directly at 6 o'clock. And then 3 of the I2s, 1 on each side. One in the, and then 1 in the middle. Then step number 6, right in front of it. It's about 5 o'clock. And then 3 of the I2s one to the right, one to the left, and one is offset a little bit into that hole to the left of the switch cover. Step number 7, we're going to turn it even further, and we're going to have I3, one of the I3s and one I2. Let me see where these gonna go. Just need to figure out. Looks like, no. They're right here. Okay, so they're a little bit further from the center, with that facing towards the outside. And then one I2 is going to be perpendicular. Well, now like at 45 degrees exactly. And then 2 more, and that's a step number 8. They're going to go along the edge here, right next to this gear. So we're going to do 2 of I3s. And then 2 I2s, one in between. And one to the left in my case. And we're done with page number 51. Moving on to the page number 52. No, it's not that many. So that's going to be our I4. We completed that step. That's step number 1 in the middle of the top, page number 52. We need part number 220, 221, 222, and 223. Looks like they are all board number 8, maybe? 221, 222, and 223 at the top, a little to the right of the center line. 220s are on board number 12. In the top right corner here. These don't have spares, so careful. Same as before. 221 is the not the thinnest, second one. Now this one's in the middle, so that's the which one is which? 221 is the thickest one, so that's going to go at the top. Then the 2 with the 2 round dials, that's going to go in the middle with the dials towards the top. And then 223 is going to go on the bottom. Then we need part number 224, which is on board number 12 on the bottom right here. Once again, only one, so careful with that. And then 227, 225, 226, and 227, they're to the right of the center line on board number 8 at the top there. So we'll start with the 225 that's going to go at the top. I'm not going to take them all out right now, like the mistake I did before. So 225 first one at the top, 226 is the second one. In the middle with the lines towards the bottom there, and then 227 at the bottom tab. And that's our I6. Let me say nice. No. Step number 1 on the bottom, we need part number 228. It's in that board number 12, top right corner. And part number 229, we need 12 of them, 229s. It's going to be on board number 8. Right here in the center, top and bottom, we need 12. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, they're gonna go. We're gonna have the part number 228 with a little cutout or long cutout on the left hand side. 229 is gonna go from the back through every single hole here, as far as they can go. Should be 12 holes. And then we're gonna need to line them all up to put part number 230 in the step number 3. One more. All right, step number 230, that's on board number 12, bottom left. Line it up. Line up all the holes, and then you'll be able to press it in. Use your helping tool to get it lined up, and then once you line them up, they're all gonna go in. Oopsies. There you go. And then you just run it around and make sure everything is seated completely. Nice and pretty. Then step number 4, we need port number 231 and 232. They're in the top left corner there. 232, top left. 232 is gonna go with the opening into the 231 by that round opening with the cutout towards the top. The opposite direction to the right, and then the sub-assembly that we just made, it's going to go to the front and also to the right. That's our I7. Gonna put it aside. Next, we need cardboard. Looks like 2 pieces. Oh, we need to cut it up here, right out of the instruction manual. Okay, good thing I have scissors with me. So instead of making a cardboard, 2 pieces out of here. Make sure we don't have anything in the back. Oh, crafty. One and two. Let's clean up our garbage. Need to roll it up. I'm gonna take a pen, roll it up, and we're gonna along the long edge. Or probably around the helping tool would be another idea. I'm using the pen that I have here on the side. I can do the little, that one's diagonal slightly. All right, let's roll these up, and then we need part number 233, which is the top right corner of board number 12, and 3 parts 234. They're gonna be, let's see, on the center a little bit to the left, and above the middle, and a little bit below the middle on the right. We're gonna insert these with the cutout to the right and top. He's gonna go into the 6 holes that are at the front here. And then we're gonna insert these little rolled up pieces that we're making. We're gonna insert it right in the holes that were created by 234. And as you insert them, they should open up a little bit. And with the line towards the opening there. I'm looking at the next instructions, and I was like, wait a second, I can't recognize anything there, but it's a cutout part from the next page, so kind of screwed me up a little bit there for a sec. Thought I missed something. And 2 of these were inserted, 235, step number 2. And then we need part number 235 and step number 3. It's the top right corner. And this opening on the right hand side with the pipes towards you, we're going to insert part number 235 there. Locking these in a little bit. And that's going to be our I8. Step number 1 in the middle of the bottom, page number 53, we need part number 236, which is the bottom right corner, and part number 237. Those 237, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 are at the top there, right at the center. 1, 2. 1 is to the left. 1 is on the top right there, a little bit above the middle, and the other one is right above the middle, or maybe in the middle. So we got 5 of these. Now with this thing, let's see. With that one hole that it's by itself is on the left side, we're gonna insert from the top on all around on the outside outermost holes, and they should be kind of like parallel to the outline. And then from the bottom we insert part number 238 on board number 11, a little below the middle on the left hand side, and then part number 239 in the top left corner of board number 12. And so this 238 is going to go from the bottom. Make sure the tab is towards the top. Or towards the opening. 239 right over it. That's our I9. Moving on to the page number 54. Step number 1 on the bottom left. We're going to take our sub-assembly here, and right by the wheel or the gear, we're going to insert our I8, the one that we assembled a little bit earlier. And this is going to go into the holes right around that gear. In front, not by the gear, it's a little bit up front. It's going to be in this location right here. Brace it from the bottom to insert it. Step number 2, I-17, that's the U-shaped one. That's gonna go on the opposite that opening, also at the front here. With the tab sticking out towards the front, opening going into the hallway. Then we do I5, that's the larger assembly. That's going to go towards the back here with the 2 slots. So once again, brace it from the back. Make sure it sits nice and flat. And then I6 is facing towards it in a hole in front. It's our seat. And then I9, that's going to be right in the middle. There's another opening here into this with the backs towards that round off opening. Need to fit it in that slightly diagonal piece right there. And that's our M, sub-assembly M, with all the internal components. Next is page number 55, step number 1 at the top. Part number 242, we need 4 of them. 242, two 241s and 2 242s. 241 is the top right of board number 12. Two 242s are at the bottom, a little bit below the part number 240 that we also need to take out, which is right in the middle to the right. And then 242s right below it. These are all decorative pieces, so we don't need to wax them. All right, 240 with this little stick, that's where 241 goes on first. All the way, then 240, 2, 241 again, and then lock it up with 242. And then on these little 4, 5 pointers, we get 243s and then 244s, so 5 of each. 243s are right here, below the middle, to the right and the left of the center line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 245s are on board number 8, the top right corner. 244s. Right. 1, 2, 243s are first, all the way in. Then 244. Step number 3, need 245s, 2 of them, and 3 243s back onto the board number 12. 243s, we need 1, 2, 3. They're bottom left. And so are 2 245s on the left hand side here. So let's do these first. 245s are on the outside with the tabs facing down, while this little tab is to the right and back. Then we do 243s, and then 245 on the last one. And then 244s from board number 8, top right corner. Need 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's gonna go over. And the last step, number 4, to create M1, we need parts number 246, 2 of them. Bottom center of board number 12, 1, 2, and then 247 are to the right, bottom right, 3 of them. So 246 is going to go on the outside. No spares. Then 247 is going to go at the 3 in the center. And I probably should check if we're still recording or not. Once I'm done, this is M1. And we're good, we're still running. Step number 1 in the middle of page number 55 on the bottom there. Need parts number 248, 2 of them. Let's see, they're at the top left of board number 12. And then part number 243, which is going to be on the bottom left and bottom right. Then 244, that's from board number 8, top right. We're going to need 2 more. And then board 245 on board number 12, bottom left. And then 246, also bottom left. All right, so these one's gonna go, well, I guess, to the little flat portion facing to the right. One's gonna go facing to the left. While the 245 is gonna face down. I'm doing the one that's facing to the right. and 246 facing down. Now the other one's going to go the opposite direction, facing to the left. While the 245 and 246 facing down. No spares on 248. Might split a little bit, but it's all right. And it's M2 and M3. Moving on to the page number 56. I put these aside. Gonna need parts number 249 and 250. Board number 12, probably. Is it? No. Board number 8. 249. Not here either. No, it is on board number 12. Bottom left. And then parts number 250. Board number 8 on the bottom. We need 10 of these. 1, 4, 6, 8, 12. And we're going to insert them into one. There's a thicker end and a thinner end, looks like it. So thinner end's going to go into the 249. All around into every single little hole. Times 10. Next step, we're going to need a part number 251, which is on board number 11. A little bit to the left of the center line here on the bottom. Part number 249 back onto the board number 12 bottom left, and 252 to lock it all up, it's bottom right. Now we're gonna need to line this up first. 251 is gonna go at the center. And now we're gonna need to line up all these little tiny pieces there. With part number 249. That's a challenge. Let's see how long it's going to take me to do this little one piece. Getting all these guys lined up. I got 1 in, 2 in, 3 in, 4. Almost. Probably 5. Maybe 6. Almost. Here you go. No. Here we go. Yay. And then part number 252 from the top. And that's our M4. Step number 1. Let's see, let's do a little bit more and then I'll pause for the next session. Step number 1 in the middle of page number 56 at the top right, we need parts number 254, 253s, 2 of each. They're on board number 12, and we're gonna need to make 2 of them, so 4 of each. 254 bottom left of board number 12, and 253s, 254s, and 253s are a little bit lower. Bottom left on board number 12. All right, so 253 into 254. Make sure the 253s are facing the same direction as you insert these. Make it little cubes. Looks like the 254s are symmetrical, so it doesn't matter how you put them in. And then 255s on the left and right. They're bottom left, also 4 pieces. They're going to go from the top and from the bottom. And then there's going to be 2 tabs that are sticking out at the bottom. Once we get to insert these. There we go. That's our M5. And we need 2 of these. Make sure they're nicely squeezed together. We separate these a little bit, slightly easier to insert it, and then you can squeeze it to lock them in place. All right, that's M5. Step number 1 on the bottom left of page number 56. Parts number 256, 257, 258. Bottom left of board number 12, probably, right? 256. We're gonna need 2 of them. 258 bottom left all the way. These are a little bit to the right, and then 257 is going to be 2 of them, or on each set for each. So we're going to need 4 there at the center of board number 12. The little tabs, where's my little wax? Little tabs on 58. Apply a little bit of a wax on those. And then 256, 258. With a step towards you, 258 little tab's going to go in the top hole. And we need 259 is going to go on the bottom there. 258, 257 on the other end, same direction. Make sure it's facing this step facing in the same direction. And then 259 also on the bottom left of board number 12. That goes over this longer tab at the bottom. And theoretically this should open a little box. That's our M6, and one more, I already waxed this guy, so same thing. And all the way in. Same thing, make sure the box is working. And the last piece before we start installing them, we need 5 of the M7s. Part number 260 and board number 11. We got 5 of them, bottom left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 261s, 10, 262 10s, and 263. So let's see, 261, bottom the center of board number 12. There's same 262s. 264s, we're gonna need 263. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 1, 263, and 3 over here. So we need 5 of them. To 61 first, and to every single one of them. And then 262s, they're going to be on board number 8, top right corner. We need, they're like right at the center here, so on the right hand side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 2 at the top right, 9, 10. Then we're going to insert this, 261, 262, 262, 261, 262, 262, 261, 262. And one more. And then we need to lock it up with part number 263. which is on board number 12. Bottom center here, the ones that I mentioned before. They go all the way on the end. And they're a rectangular opening, so the thinner side is going to be in the direction on the side where the cut is at on the tab. So I'm looking at the cut here, so that's the thinner part of that rectangular part of the opening. All right, and that's moving on to page number 57. Step number 1, we're going to take our sub-assembly all the way to the back here. We're going to do M1. So M1 is going to go in here. There's two tabs. Openings. So these are the tabs that these parts go in. I'm going to put a little bit of wax on here. Turn them on the right. Lining up on the left. Let's see if they got one in. Fronted. Just need to wiggle them a little bit to make sure that they're sitting nice and complete towards the surface. M4 is going to go into this hole on the left hand side. All the way in. Then M3 and M2. So M3 is with the flat surface pointing towards the right. They're going to go on the back here. Might want to wax it slightly. And on the left side, and then M2 on the right side. Just like this. M6 and M5. They're going to go two on the left. So this little box is going to go onto the two holes that are kind of like separated, with the box opening facing towards the inside. Nice and flat. No. These two holes. The two holes are further away. And then M5 is going to go into this set of 4 holes right here. On the longer end. And then we're going to do another M5, M6 right here. With the opening facing away from you. And then M5, the second M5 is going to go right next to the first one. And then M7s, they're going to go to the left on 3 holes right here. 3 of them at the ends. Just need to get your fingers in there, squeeze it in. Line up the holes. tab. All three right next to each other. Moving on to the page number 58, step number 7. There's 2 more. They're gonna go right here on the side, at the front, and that's gonna be our M8. So that's front on the side of that cabin situation here. All right, that's our M8. And then we're gonna do up until N. So step now 1 on page number 58 at the top right, we need port number 264, which is right at the center here at the top of board number 12. And then we're gonna need 229s, 12 of them, back onto the board number 8, and they're on the bottom or center, a little bit below the middle here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, and they all go from the back, so we turn this around. The opening is on the right hand side, and we're gonna go from the back into every single hole like we did before, and similar with the previous steps all around. Once we insert that, we need part number 230. That's on board number 12. And the left hand side of the center here, line up the outline. So your little dark spot gonna be on the left. And now we need to line up these little pieces here. Same as before. And just work your way around. Work these in. Use your helping tool to adjust slightly. There we go. All of them are in. And we're inserted onto these 2 little tabs. It's going to go close to the other opening. It's where the gear is at. I'm going to turn it around, and that window opening is going to look, let's see, the other way. That's going to go right here, right by that gear. Then part number 265 and step number 5 on page number 59. 265 is going to be on the top right of board number 12. That's going to go by the battery compartment here, with the opening to the right. To the center, towards the center. Just like this. And then another 265 also at the center of board number 12. It's gonna go on the other end. Closer, let's see where the, right here, opening in between the part number 5. No, not 5, whatever it was, by these little boxes. So just insert there. And that's our subassembly in, page number 59. And we're gonna take a pause to continue further onto page number 60. Page 60, we are on step number 1. Need part number 266, 2 of them. They're on board number 11. It's right in the middle here. 2 U-shaped parts. Take both of them out. They're actually center, a little bit below the middle. Careful. Doesn't look like there's any spares on those. And put these aside. And then 267. 267 is going to be on the right hand side. We just need 1 for now. And we're going to need another one a little bit later, so we might as well just pull both of them, not to forget. 266 through cardboard piece number 11. That one is on page M3 of cardboard. Okay, put the cardboard back, and then we need to take out of these little hole openings. Just go around with your helping tool, push them through, and take out these little nuts. Would that be the correct name? Circles. Ooh. Taking some material with. Alrighty. Let me make sure that I throw it out. Okay, so now we have that little notch right here, and that's gonna go away from you. We're gonna go through on one side of 266, the tabs that are on the side, one, and then the other one right next to it, and a hole on the bottom. Push it in, all the way in, and now we need to wrap it. Get these 2 openings into tabs into these 2 openings, and then continue wrapping it around, and the other 2 is going to go in here. And then step number 3, we're going to lock it up with the other part 267 on the other side. Just like this. And then we need part number for step number 4, part number 268 and 269. 268 is also on board number 11 on the right hand side. And 269 is going to be on, looks like on board number 13. Board number 13. Need to find that L-shaped part. Top left corner, kind of hard to see even that red color on a colored page, so it took me a second, but all right. So 268 is going to go from the bottom here. Let's install 269, and then with this little notch away from you, the larger notch towards you, we're going to put 269 over these 2 little tabs, with a diagonal piece going away from you. So line up the tabs, the holes, Might need to wiggle that a little bit and then push it in all the way, nice and flush. And then last step is part number 268 from the bottom into the hole into part number 269. The hole should be right into the opening. I need to wiggle it a little bit. Get your tab lined up. Maybe put a little bit of wax if it doesn't go in easy. And here we go. All the way, nice and flush. And then this part in step number 5 is going to get installed right by this opening. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, so these going to be 4 holes right here. I would put a little bit of a wax on them just to make it easier. And we need to make sure this little hole is going to go through the tab right here. So it can be adjusted. Right. This part is not inserted all the way. There you go. Did it correctly. This side is correct. Let me see. This opening is fine. Just need to line out these little holes and snap them in. Careful pressing on here. Just try to do it closer to the vertical portion of it. That way it goes in and you don't risk of snapping it. And then same thing on the other side. You just need to line up, and that's like a little bit harder. I mean, you can see it somewhat. You can see both holes. And then the same thing. Pressure closer to the vertical portion. That way, when it goes in, you don't break it, or if it doesn't go in very easy, you don't break the part. Okay, so make sure it sits nice and flush with the surface, with the floor, and then we'll lock it up with part number 104, which should be on board number 13, top left corner. There's a spare one, and there's one right here, and that's gonna go right onto this little tab that is sticking out, locking that piece of paper, cardboard, in step number 6. All right, moving on to page number 61. Put that little guy aside. Need step number 1 in the top left corner, board number 12. Bottom right, part number 270. We need 2 of them. And then board, let's see, number 8. We need 271, 2. They will be on the top right. So we're gonna need 4 of them. Little fragile pieces. And then 272s and 2. No spares, so careful with this part, these parts. All right, so 272 is going to go right at the center piece. 271, right and left. with the angled portion towards the outside. And it's going to be slightly floating still. The centerpiece, the part number 272, so careful not to lose it. On the second one, I'm going to do 271s first and then insert the 272. As you can see, it's like once we insert it into the sub-assembly, that should sit in there. And then we need, from board number 12, we need part number 274. That's in the bottom right of board number 12. And then 273. 273 looks like it's going to be on board number 11. Right below, middle on the right hand side. Right to the right of the center line. Right, and that's 273 with the sharper point going towards that pointy portion of it from the bottom. And it's going to be with the diagonal side going into the part number 274. Or, yeah, so this is straight, this is diagonal, and that's N2. All right, next, step number 1. On the right hand side on page number 61, we need cardboard element 12. And that's number 12 is going to be, let's see, 13. Let me take these cardboards, put them into a different location for easier search. Number 12. And why I don't see it. 5, 6, 22, 14, 13, 12, right in the middle of M1. So take that out. I'm going to put these up front here, in front of my face. And we need part number 275. Part number 275 for the step number 2. Or step number 1, we're going to need to insert, let's see, with the seats. The seats are going into this side right here. So one on the left, one on the right. So it's going to be on the left hand side here. That's where the seats go. And then our control panel is going to go into the front hole, obviously with the panel facing the seats. That would make the most sense. And the next step, number 2, we need that cardboard piece number 12 and part number 275, which is on board number 6. Do we still have board number 6? Yes. So this is, I guess, this piece right here. Doesn't look like it though. It is. That's it. Just inside of this wheel. That's a cute one. I'm going to put it aside, save it for later. Maybe we'll use it for something as a decoration. All right, here we need to wrap number 12 around some kind of round surface. And the 3 tabs on the smaller side, shorter side, they're going to go right into the holes right here, into the slots. Let's see if I can find something in my office here, something round that I can wrap it around. Some kind of bottle, here we go. That way you will not have any creases if you do around something. You use something round to pull that around. I have some smaller bottles maybe. All right, now as we bend it from the back, whichever side you decide is the back, we need to insert these little 3 round off. Okay. Also, while I'm at it, I want to double check, make sure that we're recording and we're good. Now I set up the camera a little bit higher, so now I need to get onto my chair. A little bit of a struggle. There you go. All right. And now this is going to go, we're moving on to the page number 62. This is going to go on this side right here underneath. And we need to insert these the other 3 tabs into the round piece right here. So not sure what would be the best way to set it up so you guys can see it. Let me get up. That's the step number 3. And then these 2 holes gonna go onto the tabs. And that's gonna be a little tougher. Let me wax these little tabs so it's gonna be easier to insert. Got one side. All right, so the right side for me is inserted. Now working on the left, I need to make sure that you feed the paper into the hole, not to crease it much. There you go. Now it's set all around, nice and round. So it's a little tricky, but totally doable. And just make sure it sits nice and tight on that piece. Now we need to install in step number 4, part number 276, 277, and 278. They all can be found on board number 12 on the bottom. 276 will go on top right here. And flush, so move that little circle out a little bit just to flush it out, flush it. Then we need 277, that's on the bottom right. That's gonna go next piece. Let's see which way. With the angled portion. Which one is angled portion? There's both angled, so it's a trapezoidal piece. And then 278 also. That's gonna go on the side one. Okay, and then we're gonna do in step number 5, we're gonna do the other 277 and 278 on the other side. 277 first. Oh, just make sure that window is angled the same way. I installed it the other way from what it's shown. Maybe I'll just change it right now. Let me install these first. So the window's angled away from the top. And to get that done, just gonna use my helping tool to slide it off, switch it over onto the other side and reinstall it. All right, and then kind of push it behind this little wheel, and that's gonna be our front, and that's our M3. All right, subassembly N3, sorry, Nancy. Moving on to page number 63. Step number 1 in the top left corner, part number 283 on board number 13. Right? I see 279. I don't see 283, and that looks like the right part. Oh, 283 is the bottom one, sorry. Bottom right of board number 13. 281 looks like it's on board number 12. Right in the bottom right here. And the next one is 280, that's board number 11, right at the center here, and it fell out a little bit earlier, so as long as you remember what parts fell out. I've seen some people actually marking them. If they fall out, they mark them with the part numbers, but it's just, trick is to remember. All right, so let's see, 280 is gonna go from the bottom into the 283. The way they shown on the picture, these two darker spots or two darker rectangles gonna go towards you. That'll be the bottom piece. And then 281 is gonna go with the, let's see, it's got a little step. The part that is lower, it's gonna go through the front here, front slot, just like this. And then we're gonna need to lock it with part number 37, which we will find on board number 13, one of them. I think that would be the one on the left hand side here. I mean, there's a few that you can use. Just pull one of them. There should be a bunch of extras just in case. So 37 is gonna go from the front here. Might want to add a little bit of a wax on it if you want, and I will. On the sides of the tab, and then we insert it through that hole on part number 281. And I'm going to use my helping tool just to get it through further. All the way through with the tab up to the opening. And then part number 282 looks like also on board number 13 on the left hand side here. With the smaller side towards the top, it's going to go on this little tab of part number 281. Just like this, and that's our N4. And then step number 1 on the top of page number 63, middle 279, board number 13, top like middle right hand side. We're going to need another 281, 282 in a little bit for next step in number 2. So I'm going to take 282 and I'm going to take the other 37 that is bottom right here. And then back on board number 12, we're going to take 281. That's the last piece on this board, and I'm going to put it aside. And then also on board number 14, in the bottom right is part number 280. Alrighty, so 280 is gonna go same thing. Let's see what would be the indicator. Doesn't matter which way you turn it, I think. Yeah, because it's a mirror image. So it doesn't matter. It's going to go in a back hole here, right by the opening. 281, same thing. It's going to go with the lower side through the bottom into the 279. Then we're going to put a little bit of wax on our part number 37 and insert it from the front again. Same as the other side. The N1 piece. Wax helps a lot. And then 282, same thing with the shorter side towards the top. We're gonna put it over this little tab and get it on. That's our N5. All right, bring our sub-assembly back. Our N3, and that's on, let's see, N4 is gonna go right. We're gonna turn it around. Where the gears at on the left side, exposed gears, so that's gonna go right into the top two holes right here. And N5 is gonna go on the opposite end with the part number 280 facing down. So don't forget to brace from the bottom when you install these guys. And then next step, 136, step number 2. Part number 136, they are on board number 13. Bottom left here. They will go on the left and right hand side with a straight piece towards the top, right? Two holes. That's going to go on the left side. One from the back, one from the front. And that will give it a little bit more stability to this part, so it's not going to fall off. Then moving on to the page number 64. In step number 3 at the top, we do 136 on the right hand side, on bottom left of board number 13. It feels like I'm mixing up left and right all day, but let's see. They look similar. Now they got little I don't think that would matter much, these little openings. Which way it's gonna go, doesn't matter. And we install it on the front and back of around that part. That's our sub-assembly O. Let's put it on the side. Next step 1 on board number 11, we will find, let's see, board number 285. 284 is a bottom left here. I see it right away. Let's see, 285 is going to be, that was within the part that it fell out. Then I can throw the rest of it out because I'm not going to need it anymore. And then 286 is the bottom right, right below the middle there. Two little pieces. You gotta put it on the side. So we need to wax right around this opening right here. Two little cutouts, so wax around the cutouts, and that's where the part number 285 is gonna go into. And you need to be able to move it around like this. I would probably wax and try to wax inside this little a round angled piece, arched piece. All right, and I'm gonna do 286 first into the top of the 284, just like this. And now I'm gonna insert the 285, and the tab needs to be towards the top. Put it aside for now. That's a step number 2. Step number 3, part number 287. That's right at the center of, at the bottom here of board number 11. And then 2 ports 288. They're just slightly above and to the right, or slightly above and to the left of that port, whichever one you want to use. That's going to go from the front on the lower 2 holes. And I'm going to use the table because they didn't go in all the way. I'm going to use the table as a brace to insert it fully. Careful not to break the part. And now step number 4. We're gonna do part number 289. Let's see, where's 289? Bottom left here. Board number 11. We're gonna need 2 wax, the little tab that is sticking out, because that's gonna be part's gonna be rotating around this. That's gonna go through your sub-assembly from step 1, from the side where the longer part is at, with this tab facing up, and then we're gonna insert it from the same face as the other 2. We're gonna insert into the 287 as far as it can go. So this thing's gonna be moving like this at the top. That's our controller. And then we're gonna lock it up with part number 290 on step number 5. That's bottom left, a little bit to the left of the center line, with the tabs facing towards the top portion. And this little hole, the rectangular hole, is gonna go into the tab of part number 289 from the front. So we're gonna need to go over it like this and then put it on just like that. Next step, number 6, we need part number 291 and 292. They're a little to the left of the center line here on the bottom portion of board number 11. And so let's see, 291, 292 with the round off towards you. It's gonna go, well, whichever way. We're gonna insert this piece first. And then 291 is gonna go right at the front here with the round off piece facing towards you. And the tab's gonna go into the hole of part number 292. Just like this. That's our controller, I guess. Moving on to the page number 65. More steps to this little sub-assembly. Just make sure that I didn't forget any parts. Let's see, part number 293, bottom left. And 2 parts number 64. They're going to be a little bit below the middle on the left-hand side. From the top, they're going to go into the outermost holes on the left and right of part number 293. I'm going to use my helping tool to get them all the way in. Just like this. And then this part's going to go over the these 3 tabs. And I will put a little bit of wax on them just to make it easier for the insertion. The hole should be towards the front. And just like this, it's going to be our O1. Next step, number 1 on page number 65 at the top middle. Parts number 32. One is on board number 7. I think I already took it out. And there's no more 32s on that. So I need to look for the 32s on other boards. I got one here on number 11. And then a little below the middle on the right hand side. Part number 294 is going to be to the right of the center line on the bottom here. Part number 177 is going to be to the right of the center line on the bottom. And then 295 at the bottom here to the left of the center. 295 needs to be waxed. Uh, 277 needs to be waxed. And then number 32 also needs to be waxed. Don't lose it. I mean, although there are spares. Let's see, with the thinner tab going through part number 32 on the bottom here. Part number 177 is going to go over from the top all the way to the 32. Maybe I should have inserted first, but instead of going through the whole subassembly, then 295 is going to lock it up, and the little tab is still sticking out, just like this, maybe a little bit more. And then step number 1, that's going to be our O2. Step number 1 on the right of the top of the page, need part number 296, that's bottom left here. Careful with the part. Need to wax the teeth and center rectangular hole, that long one, from both sides. Get that wax in there. And then it's going to be, we're going to take our subassembly O1. O2 is going to go into that opening with the tab towards the top. And then, let's see, 296, we're going to go through that little opening, 2 little tabs here. I'll wax these 2 guys. These are that are sticking out, 264s. All right, one more time. 01, 02, and 296 through into the gear. And then step number 2 on the bottom, we're gonna lock it all up with part number 297, which is on board number 15. We're 297, it's in the middle on the left hand side. Approaching. All right, with this little hook towards you, gear towards the right side, it's gonna go over these 2 tabs, the center gear. I'm gonna lock it up, and once again, and these, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 tabs. Wax them up, match the gear. Line it up. All the holes, the gears. And then we're going to check our movement. Okay, we want to make sure that it's in the middle, and when you insert this little if you made a mistake, so like this portion with the teeth should be in the center, while the little gear needs to be in in a horizontal position. So this should be in the center, so they should line up, and then you can move it to the left and right. And that's our O3. If that's incorrect, if yours is like this and this is centered, then you need to remove it and put it in the right position. All right, moving on to the board, page number 66. That's going to go on the side. Step number 1 on the top left. Let's see, we need 2 parts, 299, 298, and 300. Looks like they're all on board number 13, top left corner here. So 298 is, nope, right to the left of the center line. 300 is to the left of that. And then 299s are a little bit lower, 1 and 2. All right, we're gonna wax on part number 298 these two little tabs. They're gonna be rotating. And then step number 1, we're gonna insert 299 on the left and right. Make sure they're facing the same direction. And then 300 with the cutout towards you, the angled surface towards you. We're gonna put 300 on the bottom there. And then once you install it, you need to make sure this is rotating. Nice and easy. Part number 298 in 04. All right, we're all good. Step number 1 in the middle of the top of the page number 66. You need part number 301 and 302. So 301 is going to be on board number 11. On the bottom right. And then 302 looks like on board number 8. Board number 8, 302 is going to be at the top here, a little bit to the right of the center line. And then with this section, the long center portion of part number 301, wax it up. And also wax up the tab of part number 302. The 302 is going to go with the 301 with a hook facing away from you. The 302 is going to go from the left side. And then in step number 2, we're going to need parts number 304. Looks like 4 of them. They all at the top, a little bit to the left of the center line of board number 8. We do not have any spares, so be very careful taking these guys out. 1, and we're going to need 2, 3, and 4. And then parts number 303, top left corner, we're going to need 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. Board number 8. All right, so one of the 304s, we need to wax these portions with a tab. I want to say all the way to that little triangle in the center. And then one of them is going to go from the 302 all the way, and then the 303 is going to go on the other 3 all the way to the little triangle that it works as a stopper. Step number 3, we need parts number 4 more of 303s. They're top left of board number 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, here we go. 4th one. Part number 305 and 306. 306 is a little portion here to the right of the center line on board number 8. And then the 305 is going to be bottom right of board number 8. Alrighty, and then it's going to go 303s first. So we're going to put another set of these little pieces onto our 304s from the same side. You won't be able to put it from the other side. And including this guy. And then 305 is going to go right behind it. So this little piece with 301 is going to go on the bottom left. And then the other one's going to go into the other 3 holes. And then we're going to lock it up with the 306. back. Well, maybe not lock it up, but definitely put it on all the way. And then we need 2 more of 306s. They're going to be to the right of the center line on board number 8. What did I do? I just need 2. I don't need 3. And make sure it's all of them are seated nice and tight. And these are all parallel. And then part number 04 that we just made. These 4 parts gonna go into the hole there. Good thing we waxed it. Careful not to break them. We don't have any spares on boards. And just make sure you push it all the way in so it's flush with that part 298. Obviously this opening is going to go through the hole, and this is our movement on the 04. All right, step number 6, we need to bring back our 3. And let's see, so with the little hook is going to go into here, into that little round opening. The tab with the gear is going to go onto here into this this guy. So I'll wax it just to be on the safe side. And let's see, does that guy locks into anything? Am I inserting it in the right position? A little bit confused here. Looks like the right hole, but this guy's on the way. Needs to be rotated. Okay, so it locks onto this little triangle. Let's see. This is going to be into here. All the way in, then we rotate it around. Hold on, let me. I think I got it the way it's supposed to be. Okay, so we insert it, it's a little tough. We insert it on the left hand side through as far as you can go, and then get this little round off portion a little bit up to match with the hole, and then as you match it, we need to rotate it to lock into it with the little hook, and then we rotate that little toward, and then we insert it onto the tab once it lines up. So now this thing's going to be held here, right? And I would probably put a little bit of wax all around. I don't remember seeing that we need to do any wax, but just to be smoother motion, that's the way it needs to be. And then we seat it right onto that little gear tab that is sticking out. And now you have all the motion. So you move, if you move this little joystick up and down, you have up and down movement on the turret, and then left to right. can shoot up and down. That's our little subassembly 05, and just play around with it so like it reduces any friction in a different location of this little joystick. And then step number 1 on the middle of the page number 67, we're going to install part number 307. Where are they going to get installed? They're going to get installed right around this little wavy part. Turn it around the same way as it is on the page. Parts number 307 are in the bottom right of board number 11. There's 4 of them. Wax the tabs, top and bottom. And then these little L shape should be towards the top and facing away from the center of our ship. Insert them into 4 little holes in the middle there. And wax does help a lot. And then we're going to install 05 with turret facing towards you. Turret, am I pronouncing correctly? So these 2 tabs going to go through the holes on the left and right hand side, and then we're going to line up these little guys and carefully slide the sub-assembly over. One, 2, 3, 4. This guy's gonna go up a little bit, just like this. It still works, nice and smooth. Move it to the side so I can turn the page to number 68. And let's see, number 68, step number 3. We're gonna insert part number 37. Just on one side for now, right? Yes, for now it's one side. Part number 37 is going to be all over the place. Looks like board number 13, that's where they're guiding us. It's in the top here, to the right of the center line. I'm gonna take both of them out because I know I'm gonna need the second one for sure. And wax it up, and let's wax both. And for now, we bring that little sub-assembly here. We're gonna install it on the right hand side first, with the front towards you, from the back. So sliding from the back, get it in. I'm gonna use my helping tool, push it all the way in to lock it up. Next, step number 4, need parts number 309 and 2 308s. 309 is going to be at the top right of board number 13, and 308s are on board number 14 in the top left here. So right at the center, one of them, and one is a little to the left of the center line at the top. All right, where do these go? All right, 309. Will go in the front here somewhere. this little hole that tab is sticking out, so with the thicker tab into it, and then the smaller tab is going to go towards the inside. Put it in the hole, and then these two guys 308 is going to go on the left and right hand side of this little, or front and back of this piece. And I would put a little bit wax on these tabs, because definitely we're going to be inserting something over, and you don't want to break them. This side is tough because there's no support from underneath, so I'm going to stick my finger in there and not to crack any parts, although I did. I'm going to insert this guy here all the way. Next step, we need one of them popped out. Let's see, next step is we need cardboard element 13. Let's see where that one is at. That one's on M4. It's a little with the opening here. And then part number 310 on board number 13. 310 right at the center here. Two pieces. On the left and right hand side of this cardboard with these openings towards the back. To insert it into the cardboard into the slots. Front and back. Let's see, that opening should be towards the top. That would be the proper way to insert it. And then this is gonna go, we need to open up some holes here on the left and right hand side here of the cardboard. This is gonna go, let's see, little tabs here, wax them. Okay, got it. Nope, the other way. Tab is towards the white surface here. Flip it over. All right. Okay. Now we're gonna need to bring our sub-assembly here. So there's that hole, looks like it. This hole. And where's the other one? The other one's going to be like all the way here. And so we're going to cover it up. Move the torn the other way. Let's see, so the first step is going to go little opening right here. We're going to insert the tab that we just into here, line up, put these back into the slots. Line up the tab, put that little cardboard in there, I'm gonna line up the tab right here to bring it over and lock this piece. That should be step number 3, but I'm gonna start with this one. Then on the other side, we're gonna do the same thing. There's an opening here. So we're gonna do the opening first on the bottom here. Put the cardboard back into the slots. And this guy over the other tab on the store end portion. Now I'm going to fiddle with the cardboard to put it back into the slots, and then over this tab right here. Push it in, and then I think I need a little bit of a the steps come out through here, push it down, and lock these two in. Okay, I think I got it. And this should sit a little puffing up a little bit. It looks like it, maybe. Move to the page number 69, and we're gonna lock the other guy also from the back. So we needed to bring it down a little bit. That's why we don't lock it in the previous one, to install this nice piece. 104 and step number 9. They're both on, let's see, board number 15. It looks like it. Board number 15. 104s. They're on the right hand side, bottom right. And they're gonna go over these little holes, or tabs I should say, on the left and right hand side of this extension. And then part number 311, it's on board number 15 also, top left. Make sure you take just one. This is gonna go over this tab right here. I have to come back with my finger from the bottom there to hold it tight. To install this piece, you need a little bit of a wax. Looks like I might have installed this one incorrectly. It's upside down. That's why it doesn't fit. I'm gonna lift this little paper off and flip the piece upside down. Yep, that's what's my problem here. Good thing I didn't go too far. Now it's sticking out properly. Plug the paper back in, and now we can easily install this piece nice and flat. All right, that was the step number 9. Move this to the side right now for a second. Step number 10, we need part number 312 on board number 15 right in the center here, maybe a little bit to the left. Part number 315 on board number 14. One is at the center, middle. One is at top left. Then we need from board number 8, we're gonna need this little long part number 313. There is no spare on this one, and it's very fragile, so careful taking this guy out. And part number 314, let's see where those should be. Looks like on board number 13. We're gonna need 5 of them. 314, there's top right, 1, 2, and middle left, 3, 4, 5. So they're gonna go with this little grill towards you. 315 is gonna go from the bottom into the 2 openings, with the thinner portion towards the front. I will wax because it's a little bit harder installation. I think the board is maybe a little bit thicker. We're gonna wax these 2 guys and then install just one. There's only one way that it goes in. Match all the holes and then install 314s into those holes. I'm gonna wax the 314s for sure. Try it one more time. For some reason, I'm having a hard time with this guy. That 314 broke off. Let me try to insert it without the... Okay. Alright, I guess maybe that was like one weird piece there, because all the other ones are going fine. Line up the holes, there's 5 of them. One is gonna go, the one at the top there's gonna go vertical. And then, let's see, we need one more of part number 314. I'm assuming this is the spare right here, bottom right, board number 13. That one should be a piece of cake. All right, and now this part is gonna get installed. We need to rotate the torrent turret. The front's gonna go into these 4 holes, and this is gonna need to go underneath this guy. Let's see. Onto the tab. No, not underneath. Onto the tab here, and then the front. We lock in. That's why I needed 2 wax, just to make sure that we can put it nice and easy into the front here. 4 holes. And that's gonna be our subassembly P as a Paul repeater. All right, 70. Moving on to the next page and take a little break. Okay, page 70, we need part number 316. 10 of them, they're all on board number 14. Let's see, there's a bunch of them all around. So top right, top left, more top left, same level, 3. That's a spare, a little bit above the middle on the left, 4, 5, a little bit below the middle on the left, 6 on the right, 7, 8, then a little more to the left of the center line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we need 1 more. And let's see, right below the middle on the right hand side, there's some spares. And then we need part number 317. Those will be, looks like on board number 13. And we need also 10 of them. Where are they at? On the bottom here. 1, 2, bottom right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, bottom left, 8, bottom left, 9, and then at the center, at the bottom, 10. Now we need to, let's see, 2, which side? On a straight side, I think, looks like it. Right? Yeah, on the straight side. So the side that's flat, and then you need to put your larger piece is outside of the actual part number 16. So the smaller side is gonna flush with the part here, and then the larger piece is gonna be a little bit sticking a little bit outside. And so you gotta go. The thinner portion of that triangle should go towards the back of part number 316. I believe that would be correct. And in a minute we'll see if I am or not. I mean, it could go this way, but I don't think it should. At least that's what I see in the picture. Using my helping tool to get all of these installed. Got a few more left, and that was step number 1 on page 70 at the top left. Got 2 more, and that's going to be our P1 subassembly. Alrighty, and that's the last one. All right, step number 1 in the middle at the top of the page. We need part number 318. That's the top right corner of board number 13. And then from board number 14, we need part number 319 and 320. So those going to be 319 right at the center at the top there, and 320 Let's see, where would that be? It's going to be top left corner here. We need to wax the little steps, teeth right here on the port number 319, sorry, and then 320 goes right inside there. As far as it can go, it should, these dashes will line up with the bottom of the dashes will line up with that part, and then into the 319. That's gonna go with the part number in the long. 319 is long in the long length of part number 318, and that should snap right in all the way. All right, and then we install P10 on the outside of the circles with the triangle towards the center, towards you. So from that side, we install all of these little sub-assemblies that we just made, all the P1s, all around. Our little satellite. Adjust all of these so they look nice and clean. Nice little circle, and that's our P2. On the bottom, step number 1, we have part number 323, that's bottom right, and 2 parts 322. Those should be a little bit above the middle on the right hand side of board number 14. And we need part number 321. Looks like that one's on board number 13, top right corner here. Let's see. Wax this little tongue here, tab that is sticking out. And then we're gonna have 321 with the slope down on the right hand side. 322 is gonna go in these two rectangular or square holes, rectangular holes, whichever, whatever you want to call it. And then 323, this top hole on the left hand side is going to go in a second from the top, just like this, all the way in. Then we're going to take another 321, should be also on board number 13, top left corner here. We can insert our P2 through this circle. I'm sorry, P2 is going to go through 322. And then we need to pull this tab a little bit, kind of wiggle it in to make sure it fits, and then we lock it up with another 321 on the second end. On the 2 tabs, and then this should move up and down. Step number 3, we need port number 324 and 325. 324 looks like it's going to be on board number 15, top right corner. That's our 324, is within the 322 part. So pull it out carefully, get that little ring off. And then we need part number 325 will be on board number 14. 325 right at the center here at the bottom. 325 needs to be waxed on these teeth all around. And then little sub-assembly that we just made, it's gonna go through the center hole here into the, there's only one way it can go, so if it doesn't fit one way, put it the other way. Put a little bit of wax on these tabs, help you to get it in a little bit easier. And then part number 325 over it. A little tough, but need to make sure that it sits nice and flush. And that's our P3. Moving on to the next step on page number 71. Step number 1 on the top left. We need part number 326 and 327, board number 14. 327 in the middle on the right hand side, and then 326 is on the left, a little bit above the middle. Now with this little hole on the left side, 327 is going to go in the center with his teeth facing towards you, and it's through that slot right here. So we need to kind of like move it over and push this into 326. I'm gonna wax these tabs, and let's see, wax the teeth. Shows later that I need to wax them, but I'm just gonna do it now. So once again, this hole is on the left side. The teeth are away from you, but closer to you. Then we insert it, and this part goes through these two holes, flush. Then we install 328 and 329 on this. They're all both on board number 15. 329 is going to be top right corner here. 328 is also top right corner. And 320 is going to go into that little hole. We just need to match up the picture the way it's supposed to be. So there's like a little step, and that step should be towards the top, and that's the mistake that I made on a little bit earlier, where I had to go in and redo it. And let's see, I'm going to use my helping tool to help it push all the way in. Make sure it sits nice and flush. Right, and then 329 with the rectangular hole that is on the left hand side here in my case, that should go through the tab, and it should the rest of the part should go to the right. There you go. Next, part number 331 and 330. 331 is the top right corner of board number 14, and the 330 is bottom right. Two little tabs on those little tongues. So those tongues we do need to wax, and I'm gonna wax within this little circle here all together. We flip it upside down. There's a little cutout, so cutout should be on the right hand side. 321 is gonna go with the arrow up, and it's kind of bent towards you, so it's going to go right into that little opening on the left hand side. Sure it goes all the way in, and then this, the whole sub-assembly with that little cutout on the right hand side, that's going to go through the little cutout on part number 327, and then we push it in as far as it can go. It doesn't look like it can go too far. So these two are almost, or should be, parallel to each other. And then in step number 4, part number 333 and 332. They're both on board number 15. 333 is right at the center here. And 332 is going to be at the top right corner. That's a little piece that we took out the 324 out of. All right, so with this, with the little hole towards the upper side, and one end's going to go onto the, so all these slots are at the top. One side's going to go into port number 326, and the other one is at the top part 329, kind of like it in a little bit. And then 332 is going to go over these two little tabs that should be parallel to the one that we were talking about, just like this. And that's our part P4. So now we take P and let's see, and we rotate our gear here to the right side. Until all the gears can be visible as far as it can go, remember. Now we're moving onto the page number 72. And we need to install parts number 332. Let's see where we at. Just give me 1 second. Let me pull those 334s, sorry. They're on board number 14. They're going to be on the bottom left. So whichever one you want to take. Whichever two pairs. We do need 2 wax. Let's see. We're going to rotate this part. And we're going to be installing it right here in the top left. So this is the front, that's going to be on the left hand side, and we need 2 wax to these 2 little tabs that we have right here. I'm not sure how to get into them, so I'm going to stick the wax inside these little holes on part number 334. That's our step 2. And then this is going to go down with the tabs towards the top. I'm going to wax these guys too a little bit. So we're going to insert the hole inside and move it towards the center of this opening, or to the left, and this one's to the right if you're looking at it from this direction. It's important to get it onto this little tab. There you go. And then we install in step number P4, we need to lay these 2 down. And 4, we install P4 into, and we need to make sure that the gear, let's see, there's a dot on this gear. If we install that dot correctly, I see the dot, yeah, it should be installed correctly. So I see the dot here from the side, so we need to match this line on here on this gear with the dot over there. Just trying to figure out how to install it. Need to install it through this hole. Move it in and match up the gear. So this is going to be up like this. So you just kind of like move through the hole, go towards the back a little bit, and then match up that 2 teeth and inside of the tooth to match up with the hole, a little dash. And then the next step we lift, still on page number 72, I'm gonna switch over to 73, but we lift these two pieces up, and that's why it was a good idea to wax them, and we insert them into these two little holes that is in our sub-assembly that we just made. One is done, and the other one a little harder for some reason. Harder to line it up for some reason. This one went in. Little fiddling around. Here we go. Now it's all in. So both of these are fully seated now. And it's up. And now we need part number 14. This is on M4, and then M4 can be recycled. And take out this middle piece here. Garbage. Now we need to feed it into the slots on the left-hand side. Over this hole. Hold on. Need to take these little pieces out. I don't think there's any other ones. So we feed here into the slots, over the hole, over this little tab, and then the next step would be locking it in with 311, board number 15, and 333. Let's see, 333 is a top left. Board number 15 and 311 is going to be top left corner. All right, so we do 311 first on the left hand side here. It's sideways? No. It's along the lengths. There's like two little dark spots, so they're gonna go down towards the front, and you just insert it over, and then the 333 is gonna go with that hole towards the top. We're gonna insert it on the bottom first. And then we're gonna feed in our little tabs into the slots, and we insert it at the top. Locking it in, locking the paper in. Once again, do now a good bracing just to make sure that you don't break any of the parts. And then once we do that, we install the P3 with it facing down, looks like it, and lock it up with part number 335. 335. It's on board number 14. It's right at the top here. Top right. All right, so let's see, right now it's facing down, and wiggle it in into that little opening there. And then once you wiggle it in, that little tab should go through with the opening on the other side, and that's where we insert the part number 335. So we insert over it, and then we're gonna have to push it towards the part to lock it in. So I would do a little bit of a wax on this guy on inside, so it's inserted much easier, hopefully. And now we need to fiddle a little bit to get it in.
not to break anything at the same time. And it's trying to push my little sub-assembly out, so I need to hold the sub-assembly down. I don't know what would be easier, install it first. And then installing this portion. All right, I got it on. Now I need to push it inside, so that's what the helping tool is for. And you just need to make sure you brace it and it doesn't slip and it fits in a hole fully. And then we push it in. There you go. Now it's not gonna fall off for sure. All right, now the satellite's gonna stay on here and you'll be able to turn it in different directions. All right, so nice and locked. Moving on to page number 74. And now we need to test it as we're moving in and out to make sure it closes. We might need to, in the beginning, help a little. Little disconnect. Let's close it up completely. And let's check our sub-assembly. All right, yeah, it is a little slight movement. So this gear disconnected slightly. Here we go. This part is not sitting fully on there. So now it should open and close. So that was closing. There we go. Little help in the beginning because we need to work it in. So we need to work slightly up and down and make sure this part doesn't disconnect on me. I may need to glue it down a little bit, like at this spot right here, just because it keeps on popping off. So careful. Let's see if I can get my glue open. Little small drop, and that should do it. Once again, I think I mentioned this guy before. It's Instacure, Bob Smith Industries, super thin, so it flows in between the little crevices of the wood, and it's going to be permanent in here for sure. Just need to make sure that it doesn't stick to the gear itself or any of the moving components. So this is open. And there's another part that is trying to disconnect. That's the gear slipping from through the with the little spring. All right, so I got one more part that is popping up, this guy right here, and I'm gonna do the same thing and just add a little small drop into that opening. And that's it. That's all I need, and it's gonna stay there forever now. Now we're gonna continue playing with this guy to make sure it opens and closes. A little help in the beginning most likely, just to get it open and then to get it closed. Work it in. All right, so that's done. Now we need to prepare our light. Move that to the side. Our sub-assembly queue. Lights, we had the strip light. We already have the batteries installed. We need this little strip of maybe this little one too, I'm not sure. The clear plastic. This one's already installed, as I mentioned. It's working. Now we need, in step number 1 on the bottom, we need part 337, 2 of them, and 338. Let's see, they are on board number 15. They're on the top right, the 337s. Careful taking these out. Doesn't look like there is a spare, so nice and easy. Um, 338 also on the same board. Should be, there's one bottom below the middle on the right hand side, above the middle on the right hand side, and then 2 top right corner, almost to the corner and top left. There's also a spare just in case in the top right. Okay, we put these guys, 2 guys together, they're 337, and then we insert and install the 338 from the bottom, from the same direction, to make sure it goes through both of the units. Line it up. And then in step number 2, we need parts number 339, 4 of them. They're on board number 14. On the bottom right, there's a couple spares. We need 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Need to clean this up a little. the little guy on the right, there's like a little tabs, little openings. So we're gonna need to put the light on and glue it on. Be my assumption. Let's see. Yep. So while the 3038 is gonna go down, the little battery compartment should be on the left. And I'm gonna do the light onto this little sub-assembly. Attach with the 3M first. So I removed that piece of tape. There was another piece of paper that was on there. And now we need to insert the 339s. First one and the middle opening on the right. There's 3 little cutouts, so we're gonna do the middle one. It should lock it up right in. Then we're gonna do in the middle on all not gonna do the center, it's gonna be on the right, left, second from the center on the left, and second from the center on the right. At least for now, to make sure that light doesn't separate from the piece. Then we flip the page, and then we're gonna install this light. In the back, let me see the instructions. So first, we need to feed the battery compartment. We're gonna open this guy up first. That's for the battery compartment. Remember, I was opening up, and it should. So we're gonna feed the battery through the hole right next to the battery compartment. The hole to the right of the battery compartment. Gonna feed it in. And then we're gonna feed the little light that is in here right next to this wall through here. Correct though? That's no. The light needs to be fed on the right hand side of this guy. Right here. Now we need to, there's like that little switch that we have. We need to make sure the switch on the battery compartment will fit into that hole opening right there. And then we can close it up and lock it up, right? Ding, ding, ding. Wires. Everything right here, and we need to make sure the light is still there. Okay. And then we close this little compartment, feed the wires to make sure we don't pinch them, and that it will work. Okay, so this is all good. The light is here, so we're gonna keep it here for now. And now we need to install this little panel into the back with holes matching. Ding, ding, ding. There's 2 holes, 1, 2, 3, 4. where they feed, right? To these, they're kind of visible, so that's where they go through. Is that right? Yep. So now this is going to be a little fiddling around again. Helping tool will help a bit, as long as you match the holes. I mean, I can kind of feed them on this right side. This one's going to be as far as it can go. I'm going to bend it in a little bit. Oop. Fell out. I'm going to bend this in to make sure that the wires go into here and they're not sticking on the outside. All right, this one's in. Let me push the wire where it's supposed to be, in front of the little tab. Then we match the tab with the hole. Little more fiddling that I was expecting. This hole is in, this one is not. Probably gonna need more lights. Both of these are in on the right side at least. Sits nice and tight. Now left side. The hardest part is to get the wires out of the way. Here we go. Now this light is still sticking out in the right location. Everything is seated. So like the way you make sure that these little portions right here, they're flush and sits nice. And now we check to make sure that it's still, everything is still working. Now we can organize. I don't know if they tell us to organize the wires a little bit or not. Let's see, everything is working. Moving on to page number 76. They don't say anything about the wires yet. So we're gonna do a little bit of fiddling in here and keep the wires together. Wrap it up so they're not on the way of exit. Be cool if I had a little zip tie. And I'm just gonna leave the wires here, floating in the back. Still everything works. And the next step, we got we need to install the P1. So there's like slots in here, and P1 is this little piece with the slots towards the top. They're gonna go into these little holes right here, I believe. Oh, no, they don't go, they just slides in between the two ports. This little tab is gonna be in between the holes. So just a little indicator. And then, see if you guys can see it, yeah. Right here to make sure it's visible. So let me get back a little bit with the wires. As far as the wires go, these four tabs here, 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 you need to push it down to make sure they sit nice and flush. This little paper in between these two holes, that's where the tab goes on both ends. We feed it in and kind of lay it on the light. And then the next step, we need part number 340, which is going to be on board number 8. It's in the top left corner here. Very fragile, so carefully push it out. And then these little tabs, they're going to go in the same location. So we're going to need to start from one end on the left. Push this little tab in here, and then slowly and very carefully bend this guy in. Push it up a little, insert it, and it should sit right in that spot. So both of these guys, gotta be very careful. And make sure we insert this into the slot there is on one side, and then on the opposite end, same thing. Make sure it goes into that little slot. That is right here in the bottom. Once we do that, we need to install port number 341. That will be on board number 14, top left corner. And these two guys will go on the left and right hand side right here to lock this assembly in so it doesn't go anywhere. One side and the second side. All the way down into these little two tabs on the bottom. We need to wiggle it a little bit to get it lined up, and then it snaps right into here. And then we need to do the same thing on the other side. Push this part in. I'm not sure why it doesn't go as easy. Maybe because of the wires. And then line it up. And get it inserted. You need to make sure that it's all the way in. it sits in these two little tabs. We might want to take it out and I will put a little bit of a wax. Let's see, so it's tougher and tougher to show you guys. I might need to go with my tripod all the way to the ceiling, so I'm gonna put a little wax on the tabs and do the second try. With the wax it should go and theoretically slide in. Much smoother. Alright, excuse me, I'm gonna brace it against the table there slightly, and with the help of a table I braced it against this surface. Make sure you don't brace it against anything else. I was able to slide it into the two little tabs there on the bottom. Alright, let's move into the double check, make sure that we recorded all that, everything is good. And then we need part number 342 and 343. Make sure you don't lose this little piece here. 342 and 343 is going to be on board number 13. Top right. And we're going to go into our sub-assembly. I will put a little bit of a wax on these little tabs. And first we insert 342, then it's going to be perpendicular or horizontal location in my case. And then we're going to insert the 343 in a vertical location. I mean, yeah. I need to make sure that it goes all the way in. Next step, we're going to need to bring the light over one of the tabs here. And install it in the center. So there's a little space to install the light in. Let's see if I can squeeze it in. Need a little bit more of the wire. Here we go. Make sure that I didn't pull it up. All good. And I'm gonna do the same thing. I've split the wire over the part here, and then we're gonna slide it through and put it right in the center. Just like this. Oops. Not too much. Everything is light up. Now we take that little piece of paper, roll it, or that's more like piece of plastic, right? And then once again, remember we want to roll it over something round to make sure that we don't break it. So as we roll it, hold it tighter, insert it, and then once you let it go, it will open up a little. And then maybe slightly rotate it so that open portion is going to be sitting braced against the tab, so it's not as visible and it doesn't stick out. And then on the top we need to lock it up with 344 and 345. Those will be on board number 15. Let's see, that's 8. 15 will be 344 right in the, to the right of the center line, and 345 to the right and a little below the middle. So 343, and they're going to be facing towards you, so that opening the flat portion towards the center. and 345, the tab is away from you. It's gonna go over the top and lock it in, and now we check, and then we got a little light there. All right, move it to the side. That's our step number 7, all works. Now, moving on to the page number 78. All right, and then step number 1 in the top left, we need part number 348 on board number 14. 347, this is a large piece right at the center here, and then 346 is the top right. And same as before, we want to wax these little teeth. We want to wax the tabs. I would wax all the tabs. And then we insert this guy, the dot on the left side, the teeth are away from you but closer to you. We insert it through this slot and lock it in, kind of similar as the previous time. And make sure once you wax it should be a little bit easier to get in. Part number 333 on board number 15 in the top right corner here. Part number 348 is right next to it, to the right. And there is a shorter, larger piece outside of the hole, so hole is shifted a little bit offset to the left. And that's how you hold it, so kind of like bent away from you, hold to the left, and then we insert it into the tab on part number 347, that is the outmost tab, and then part number 348 with the hole towards the top. Slots are on the top towards you. We insert it onto tabs on the right and left hand, at the top and then the bottom. That's going to be our Q1. We need 2 more of 334, which are on board number 14, bottom left here. Same as before, I'm going to wax the tabs just to make it easier to put it into these little holes. I'm going to try to stick this little stick into the holes and put a little bit of a wax on there because we're going to need it. And this is going to go into the one on this side right here, this opening. Correct? Yes, so not the first one, but the second one. All right, so we're going to need to open it. Same as before, we're going to need to insert these 2 little parts 334 with the tabs up, except now we push it towards the outside. I'm going to lay them flat first. Work it in a little bit. Make sure they move up and down. I would make sure it's nice and smooth and easy. Stick your helping tool in there and to make sure it doesn't open up. This one, okay, so now this one's open. We're gonna do the similar thing as before. We're gonna install and make sure that little slot or dash on here, it matches up the dot on the gear. So we need to move it in slightly, rotate it and get that gear in there, lift it up, and now we need to lift our parts in, the ones that we just installed, and slide them, whatever the 334 numbers, slide them into these 2 little opening holes. And make sure that they're snap and fully seated, flush with the surface. All right, once we do that, it's still in open position. We insert cardboard part number 15, and that one's going to be on board number M4 on the little paper piece, M4. Take this out, bottom right. Take the pieces that are pre-cut out. There's one in the center there, and I think should be it. I don't see any more. And this is gonna go right in the middle into the slots on the left with the shorter portion towards the top. Slide it over and make sure it sits nice and tight. Moving on to the page number 80, and we're gonna lock it up with part number 333, which is on board number 13. All right, where's my board number 13? 333 is top left. All right, and then this is gonna go over on the left-hand side or right-hand side. I'm gonna start on the bottom. I'm gonna put it into the tab first. Then I'm gonna slide the cardboard in, and then both ends, and then I'm gonna lock it up at the top here. Make sure the cardboard is in, otherwise it'll bend a little bit. There you go. And lock it in. At the top and the bottom. All right, next step number 8. We need parts 349 too, and then 350. They're on board number 8. 349 are a little bit below the middle on the right hand side, and then 350s are on the right hand side on the bottom there, and these gonna go over. Oops, something fell. There's 2 little cutouts, so they're gonna go in between this tab and this tab. So we're gonna do up to the top one, and then kind of slide it in the middle, and then the same thing up to the bottom one with a cutout, and then in the middle, and then lock it up with the 350 on the bottom and top one. And now it's Q3. Now we need to make sure that it's operational, same as before. Make sure it opens up and closes. May need to help a little bit. And then open. The mechanism becomes heavier, so there's a little bit of a slip on a spring. That's clicking sound. That's it. All right, now it closes. And one more time. Up completely and closes down. All right, and that's our Q3. Make sure it doesn't fall. Moving on to the page number 81. Next, compartment opening. I need part number 346. We're still on board number 14. Bottom top right, and then Port number 347 is in the left, a little below the middle. Same as before, I'm gonna wax all these little teeth. Tabs. This tab. These guys. And same, now the little hole or little mark is on the right hand side, and in a similar fashion we're gonna insert this guy from the back. Slide it in and make sure it sits nice and flush. Step number 2, we need part number 351. That's on the board number 15 on the bottom right. Got a little tabs on that too. And part number 348, gonna be on the left, right below the middle. 348 with the shorter side on the right now, and then 351 is going to go on the left with the little tabs up, and we insert it on the bottom first and then on the top here. Take our Q3. Oh, we need 334 part again. Bottom left of board number 14. Wax little tabs. Wax inside the hole on both of them. Pretty much same as before. Alright, and this is gonna go, we're gonna do it right next to the one that we just did, right here. So we're gonna need to put these two guys onto the tabs. Work it in a little bit. Where's my helping tool? So it's nice and smooth. The second one. And I'm sorry if I'm moving off of screen a little bit. This thing is huge and it's kind of hard to keep it in one place without it going sideways. All right, so this one's up and down too. Work it in. Now as before, we're gonna need to open these guys up to the max. Similar fashion, we'll feed the gear in and lock it onto the first dot that we see in there. And then lift the 334s up and lock it in on one side and then the other side. Turn it a little bit sideways and make sure it's locked in completely, left and right. Moving on to the page number 82. That we did step number 6. Step number 7, we need 16. So 16 is on the same page. That's M5. Take out whatever the middle piece is. I don't think there's any holes or anything, and this one's gonna go the same thing with the thinner portion towards the top. Match the little tabs and slide it over the tabs in the middle so it sits nice and tight. And we lock it up with part number 333, which is on board number 15. On the bottom here, bottom right. the tab towards the top. So I'm gonna do tab on the right first, on the bottom, feed it into the cardboard into the holes, and then top. Plug it in. And then 349s and 350s, same as before. They are on board number 8. Bottom right is 349s. And 350s is right at the center there. And these gonna go up and down. Top and bottom. Just like this. And moving on to the page number 83, we're gonna need part number 352 and 353. And there we need to do a little bit of a matching there. So 352 and 353, bottom left of board number 8. Now we're gonna need to match. The holes should be offset to the right side. So the two little holes, not to the left, but to the right. Otherwise it will not match up. So there's a center line and it's going to be a little bit to the right of the center line. And we're going to install these guys right at these little tabs right here. So they hang a little larger overhang on the left than on the right. And now we work this in to make sure that it's all operational with a little help, just a little bit of a pressure to make sure that everything closes and opens. And then the other way around, opening it up. Give it a little bit of a help so it doesn't slip as much. Work it in. So the more you open it and close it, the easier it's going to become, because the mechanism gets worked in, all the gears get settled, all the wax gets settled and lubricates everything. And with a little pressure and little slippage, and it still opens up pretty good. I'm gonna leave it open for now, put it on the side. Moving on to the page number 84, because we're gonna continue to install these guys. We're gonna need a few more pages of the this compartment closures. Let's see. Page number 84, same thing. We need 354 and 355. They're on board number 14. I mean, when I say the same thing as the previous assembly. So 354 top left, 355 also top left, a little bit above it. Losing my little wax piece. I think I lost it already. Sad. I got another one. So once again, the tabs, the gear teeth, and then the little slot or dashes on the left hand side. The teeth are away from you but closer to you. Insert a little piece, snap it in, make sure it sits all the way nice and flush. Step number 2, we need part number 356 and 333. That's board number 15. 356 top right, 333 on the bottom. 356 with the longer solid piece are on the right. Gonna put it at the top tab, and then same thing with the slots towards the top. 333s on the left hand side, and that's going to be our Q6. Just like this. We need two 334 pieces as before, 2 of them, bottom left of board number 14. Wax the tabs. And wax a little bit on inside of these little holes, as much as you can fit in there. And then now this installation we're going to be doing at this side where the battery compartment is at. My helping tool, line it up, push it in and work it in a little bit so it's nice and easy going on that tab. Same thing the other side. Put them down, and same as before, we need to match a little dash with the dot on the gear. I don't see the dot, but I mean it should be about the same location. One side and then the other side. It gets tougher, but we'll manage it. There we go, one side and then the other side. Make sure it's all the way in. Somehow get in there. There we go. Squeezing those even sideways. All right, all the way in. We are on step 4. It should be open at about the same as everything else. Now we're gonna turn it around, and we're gonna need to put port number 17. That's on M5. Little piece. There's no cutouts or anything like that, so we're gonna install it and lock it up with port number 333. And then test it out again, make sure that everything works. So this goes in here, slide it in, and then 333, board number 15, bottom right. And install it on the bottom first. Somehow, might need to use the helping tool to get it in. Install these little tabs into it, lock it in, and now we're testing it again to make sure that it opens and closes. And I would keep it open all the way. Move to the side, move to the page number 86. All right, same situation for the last leaf, I guess, or we need 355 and 354 on board number 14. On top right, 355. A little below the middle on the left is 354. Now Now little dashes on the right hand side, same as before. We're going to need to wax every single tooth, tabs. Teeth are away from you through this slot. What this is to be on the right hand side now. Line it up, squeeze it in. And then we need port number 356 and 333. So those are on board number 15. Bottom right is 333. And 356 is right to the left of the center line at the top there. Now with the thicker portion on the left, and then 333 is also on the left with the tabs or with the slots towards the top. As before, a repetition. That's our Q8, 334, bottom left of board number 14. And these guys, same thing. We need to wax these little two tabs, the hole. And then we install it in the last compartment on the right hand side here. Left and right, loosen down a little, match the hole with the slot on the gear. And then lift these up and lock it into the place. We probably had a little bit on the page ways. Try to rotate it and see. There we go. And then the other side. That's the last one. Come on. Line it up. Turn it around, move on to the page number that we're now already on step number 5. Now 6, we need number 18. It's going to be top left of M5. Then we can recycle the cardboard, and this is going to go in the same fashion. There's no other holes on here, so on the left. Push it in, and then we're gonna lock it up with 333. I got one last one on board number 13, top right. We were supposed to use it up, but I used another one, so long story short, I still haven't right quantity. Line it up. Left, right, left, right. And then we work it in, make sure it opens and closes. Little help, push it in. Little help opening it up. There's a lot of friction in there. I can feel it. A little bit of a slippage, so when you open it up, just give it a little bit of a help, a little bit of a push. It'll be nice and helpful, and now it looks very pretty when you turn this on. Where's my switch? Look at this. All right, so let's close it up. We'll play a little bit more with it a little bit later, probably, or once you assemble it completely. We're done with page number 87. Moving on to the page number 88. We're gonna need to flip this upside down, and we're gonna need 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. A lot. 8 of the 357 and 2 358s. They all on board number 14. Bottom, a little bit to the left. So 358 on the left hand side. Another one is on the right hand side. I'm not sure which one is the spare one. If there is a spare, maybe not. So 2 of these guys. And then 8 of 357. So one, 2, 3, 4. You can use the helping tool to get these out a little bit easier. 6, 7, and 8. All right, and then these guys gonna insert it with the 1 tab towards the top, and 358 everything's gonna go towards the center. So careful not to break these guys off, so we need to hold it off a little bit somehow, or not to put much pressure on it. 358 is gonna go on the right and left hand side, and you might want to put a little bit of wax on these little tabs. Gonna go sideways. Make sure I don't break anything off. And then 1 by 1, 357 is gonna go onto here towards the center. Let's see, fairly easy. So I'm just going to continue and to 1, 2, 2. Let me put a little bit more wax on these guys, or just wax. On all of them. And continue inserting it. Do not apply too much pressure pushing it down. Hold it from the bottom, not to break that satellite off. 357, and then 358 at the end. Nice and tight. And then part number 19, that little piece of cardboard, that's a large piece right here on M1. The last piece, so we take it out completely. We take that white piece out from the middle. And this is gonna go over, I don't know if there's any, yeah, there's a bunch of holes on here. So let's push this on the side. I'm using the box that it came with, just not to press on the satellite too much. And let me flip it upside down, and there's a bunch of holes in here. So we just need to push through them and get these little pieces of paper out before we're gonna install anything. Some of these you can't even see. If you rip a little bit from the back, it's totally fine. Don't need to get a replacement. It's not visible portion anyway. All right, and then this is gonna go over all of these little parts, and then we're gonna lock it up with part number 359. So let's do this. Install it right here, so it splits up a little bit towards the bottom, underneath, to my assumption, right? Possibly. And the left and right. Correct. So yes. So all these tabs need to match up. And push it through these guys. And then lock it up with 359. 359 is on board number 13. It's that large piece here, right? Yeah. So all these tabs gonna go into it. So I need to go one by one and make sure it feeds right in, locking it in. I want to use your helping tool if it doesn't match up very nicely. You gotta be careful not to push it too hard, not to break that piece either. I got 3 holes now, 4th one. Gonna work it in. 5. last with this one pushing all the way in. All right. That was a little concentration here, and then this port is installed, and then we need to lock it up with port number 37 on both ends. They're gonna lock from this direction, both of them. There should be a bunch of 37s. I believe it was on board number 15, a little below the middle here on the right hand side. I know there's some spares too, so it should be enough. Wax these little tabs, pins, and push in from the center towards the back. Alrighty, and that's our sub-assembly S. Move it on the side. It's page number 90. And let's see. Some of these instructions. So we only got a little bit left. Just debating if I should finish it now. I probably will. Or come back. Okay, page 90, step number 1. Top left corner, we need parts number 32, 294, 177, and 295. All of them should be on board number 14. Let's see, 32 probably took out already. Search for the spare ones. 11, sorry, that should be board number 11. All right, I got 32, bottom right. I got 294, which is top left. Have 177, it's right at the center on the bottom here, and 295 bottom, a little bit to the left of the center line. So we need to wax 295. Looks like we're making another turret. Very familiar instructions. Wax the gear all around. And part number 32, that's going to be our S1. All right, so 177, 32 from one end, on a smaller side, because there's a smaller and bigger tabs, and then 195 from the thicker tab all the way to the gear. Put it aside. That's our S1. Need part number 360 on the bottom right of board number 11, and two parts number 288. They're bottom left. Gonna need the helping tool to get these out, and we're gonna insert it in two bottom holes on the left and the right hand side. I'm gonna pre-insert them and then use my helping tool to get them all the way in. Brace it against the table, make sure it's nice and flush. Next step is we need part number, step number 2 at the top right, part number 361, that's the bottom left of board number 11, and part number 289. 289 is going to be on the bottom left also, all the way in the corner there. We need to wax this tab. And we're going to insert it from the same side as we did 268 through 361 into the hole.
this little piece gonna stay a little bit ahead. Similar but not the same. Assembly 362, their bottom left also in the corner here, and then 362 is going to go over the tab onto 289 with the other two tabs facing up, just like this. And then that's our S2. Step number 1 on the bottom left, need part numbers 64 and 293. 293 is the bottom left corner, and part number 64, one is in the bottom right of the board, and the other one is just below the middle on the right hand side also. These gonna go with the circle towards you. These gonna go on the outermost, on the outsides, two corners that are away from you. Let me make sure it sits all the way in. And the other three holes gonna go over this little sub-assembly that we just made, with a hole towards you. And let me wax these guys. All the way in. All right, our next step, we're going to insert 296 bottom left of board number 11. And then that S1. So with 296, we need to wax the teeth. And the long hole there within the hole. And as we insert it, needs to be, we're going to put with 32 inside the hole, make sure it's horizontal, and then we're going to need to push this little fork through the square hole at the top, and the teeth should be the middle of it. It should be equal distance from on the right and the left, so like centered right in the middle. And as it's centered in the middle, we're gonna, in step number 4, we're gonna take part number 363, which is on board number 10, top left corner here, and we need part number 286. 286 is going to be on board number 11, bottom right. So with the tab facing away from you, the little part number 361 is going to go through the hole. We're going to insert the tabs into the holes. Lock it in. Now it just rotates. Make sure it works back and forth. And then we're going to insert 286 over the 361 to make a little joystick there. Just like this, and then this is our S3. And just make sure it works, rotates back and forth. Nice and easy. And now on page number 91, step number 1 on the top of the page, we need parts number 300. Looks like they're all on board number 13. 300, top left. 364, a little to the left of the center line. 365 right at the center, and 364 top right. And let's see, 365 is going to go in first on the left and right hand side. This one doesn't go up and down, so it's just going to be, make sure the 364 on the other end is facing the same direction. So we're going to insert these first, and then we're going to put that with the slope towards you, towards this little cutout. We're going to insert these guys into 300. And I'm using a table as a brace just to make sure that it sits all the way in. No spacing. probably better to use the tool because I slightly bent that 365. All right, that's our S4. Let's see, step number 1 in the middle of the top of the page, number 91. Need 4 305s, 303, sorry. There looks like they're all on board number 8. And 304. So 304 is right at the center of the page there. And 303s, let's see where the 303 are at, like in the bottom of the page here. Need 4 for the first set, for the first step. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're gonna go from the back up to that little triangle, the base of the triangle. So onto each of the parts. And then for step number 2, we need 4 more of the 303s. They're bottom of the page, and there's 2 on the top. So 1, 2, top right. Board, I'm sorry, not the page. And then we're gonna need part number 305, bottom right, and 1, 2, 3 306s. So 1, 2, somewhere here, 3 306s. All right, so let's do step number 2. Need 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then 305 with it cut out towards the bottom. I mean, right now it doesn't matter much. It will be matter when we're installing it, but as of right now, it's not a big deal. So just insert these from one side. And then we'll do 306 on the back, and then 2 more 306s on the step number 3. And then all this sub-assembly is going to go into the S4 with that cut out towards the bottom. Careful, parts are fragile, but make sure that you insert them fully one by one. They go in the back of here. And now we install this onto our assembly's S3. I'm gonna wax this little part and put it right in the middle, bracing from the bottom to make sure that it doesn't cut off. And then as you move this, the turret's gonna turn. All the directions. And moving on to the page number 92, we're gonna take our sub-assembly. Don't forget you got extra parts sticking out on the bottom there, so like you got to be careful setting it down. We're gonna insert part number 366. 3 of them are on board 11 and 1 on board number 14. Let me pull those out first. Bottom center are 3. This is gonna be it for board number 11. Board number 14, 1 more, top left corner. I'm gonna wax all these little tabs so it's easier to insert. And with the L shape towards the top, we're going to insert it into right in the middle here. There's 4 holes. I'm going to hold it from the bottom there with the L facing outward. That's our step number 1. and then the paper should be on top. So you need to slide it under. So we hold this paper with the L. And same thing here on this side. And then we install the S5, the one that we just assembled, with the tab towards here. We're gonna wax these tabs. Now this is gonna go towards the towards the back, like this. Line up the tabs. Once you line them up, you should be able to slide it on, especially if you wax it. Make sure that everything works, and that's our T. I put it aside. Moving on to the page number 93. Let's see, we need part number 20, the little board cut out. That's on M3. And we're gonna need to bend it slightly with the that little slot on the left hand side. There is pre-cut. There's like a pre-punched, and you get punch out all the holes. All right, so we pre-did the paper, and that's gonna go step number 2. We need part number 367 in step number 3 to lock this up. So we need 5 of them. 367 is going to be on board number 13. On the bottom, there's a large section of them. So take out 5. 3, 4, and 5. Five of them, and we're gonna go with front facing towards you. Let's move these on the side. We're gonna go on the left hand side. And so there's holes in these little tabs, and that's how we get it attached. So that slot's gonna go over this part right here, and then we're gonna start with the left hand side, line up the hole, and insert that 367 in. To lock that paper in. All around there's 5 holes. Two, 3, and these are probably going to be the hardest from inside. Just last one. Not the easiest to insert, but need to try to manage it somehow. Got that one in, and then the last one's right here. That one should be easier because there's a little bit more room, but we'll see in a second. Not really. Shake it out. It's like, what can I remove to be able to get to it? You need tweezers or something to get to it. My fingers are too big. We're gonna try it sideways. Get my head in here. This one's probably, yeah, that would be a better option. That way it doesn't fall down and you can somewhat manage it to get it into the hole. As long as you can see the hole. Let me move my chair out a little bit. So we're trying to get into this little hole on the side. Didn't know it was going to give me that much trouble, but here you go. Got it in, and that's our T1. Moving on to the page number 94, and we're going to do the same thing on the other side, on this side. So I'm going to put this aside for now. I'm going to get part number 21 from M3, and that's the last one on here, so we can recycle this. Same thing, I'm going to punch out the holes. I should have done it the other way. Towards the inside. I've got all of these out. I'm going to pre-bend it. And we're going to need 6 of 3/67s. It's from the same cluster. And we're going to install it on the other one. So it's going to go right here. We're going to start slope towards the top on the right hand side. And we're going to go from the edge get up so you can see it where I'm inserting these guys. 1, 2. Hopefully you can see it. 3. That's our T2. 4. And then 2 more on the inside. Five, and the last one's right here in the hole at the edge here. That one's probably gonna be the hardest right now. Need to use 2 hands for me. Maybe some kind of tweezers would help. Just gotta line up and then push it in. It goes in pretty easy, so no extra wax needed. So tolerance is pretty good on here. There we go. Got it in, so the last one's right here. All right, that's our T2. Moving on to page number 95, we need 358s, 2 of them. They're all on board number 14. 358 is going to be, and 357s. This
a little below the middle on the right hand side, kind of similar as we did on the opposite end. Another 358 right at the center here, and then 357's bottom right. We're gonna need 4. Bottom right. And 2 368, they're also bottom right. They're gonna go in the center. This board is not cooperating very easy, but we get this out. Helping tool comes into play. All right, so we got 4 357s, 2 368s, and 358s. I'm gonna wax all the tabs. From the previous experience, you do need them waxed. Put them aside. Bring our sub-assembly here. And they're gonna go all up front. So 357, 358, we're gonna start from the right hand side. They're gonna be sloping up towards the inside, towards the center. So this guy, and 2 of the 357. And in the center is 368. That's with the double square holder, also sloping towards the inside, right? Theoretically. Yes, with the 2 double holes towards you. One to the left, one to the right. I'm holding the sub-assembly with my hand, not to put a lot of pressure on the turret on the bottom and onto the satellite. So, okay, now trying to apply normal force in the opposite direction to make sure we don't snap it before we finish. And the last piece. All right, it's all done, and now we need part number 22. That's the last piece, cardboard piece that we have on M2. Take it all out. Take the center pieces out. This white paper. And then there's a bunch of holes that are visible if you flip it over. You can see them. And you can use your helping tool to punch them through and then remove those pieces by hand. And then once you remove it, this is going to go over just like this. With all the tabs under the turret, obviously, under the guns. slide it under the connectors, over the tabs, over these tabs. You might need to wiggle these guys a little bit just to get it because they're under the angle, and you need to slide the paper through. Actually, got one accidentally removed. Slightly rip the paper there. It's all right. It's not going to be that visible once we put the part over it. And once we complete it, moving on to the page number 96. We're going to install 369s on both ends, and those are on board number 13. The longer pieces here. Remove both of them, and then let's see, is there, so the hole that is closest to this little step, it's going to be on the inside. So we're going to slide through here, put it onto the tabs one by one. Maybe don't install it right away, all the way, and then once you get everything on, then you can push it through all the way to make sure it's nice and flush. And then same thing on the other side. The hole that is closest to the step, that's the one that on the inside and towards the vertical. Once you install it, then you can push it in and make sure it's nice and flush. And then we need 437s. They're on board number 13, right in the middle, to the right a little bit. There's all the extras. There's a bunch of them, so should be enough. There's some on board number 15 also, so whichever you need. I'm gonna do board 13. There's not that many parts left, so it's easier to track. I'm gonna use the spare ones. And then we insert, pre-wax these a little bit. And then we're gonna insert from center towards you on the right side. From center towards you on the left side. As long as I can fit it in. Need to make it into the hole, and I'm going to use my helping tool to get it all the way. And then in the hole, it's going to go in the bottom hole here at the center, and they're going to go from towards the inside, from the outside towards the inside. On the bottom hole, not at the top, but on the bottom. Helping tool is always there for the leverage. I broke one, so I'm going to take it out with my helping tool. Throw this one out. That's why there's a few extras just for the situation like this. Then we need to press this a little bit in order to insert it. Doesn't want to come out on the other side because we need to squeeze this part in to get it completely through. There you go. And I'm going to use the spare on the other end. Same thing, just a little bit of a wax, and they're going to get inserted from this end. And that's what I was talking about. Put a little bit too much pressure on the turret. I'm gonna have to fix it. Alright, we're gonna have to come back to this guy because the turret fell out. Let's finish up our sub-assembly here. We locked it in, and then part number 370, we're on page number 97. Step number 1, part number 370. That's going to be on board number 15, bottom left. And then there's holes on here that they're going to go into the holes here, and make sure you go under the gun. And we need to snap it in into these 4 little tabs. Hard to work blind, in the sense that installing this board you need to catch the first 2, and then right here at the top, and once you catch these, then you should be able to get over on the bottom. wax. I'm catching one, but I can't catch the second one. I don't know, I'm gonna have that much trouble with such a simple thing. All right. Catching one, can't catch the second one. Here we go. Whew. And now push this through here, this side, and then we're gonna do 2 37s from right and left to get this locked in. All right, board number 15. There's a few of them here. From left and right. From the one on the right, we're gonna go from the right side into it. And the one on the left, we're gonna go from the left side into it, in towards the center. And that's gonna be our V. If you press on the part, it's gonna come in a little bit easier. And I'll have to get back to that. Moving on to the page number 98. We're gonna need a little board that is number 16. Step number 1 in the top left, part number 372. That's gonna be on the left hand side. 2 of them, and 1 in the center. And then 371 on the all the way on the left side. And you should be able to see all these parts, so I'm not gonna waste them out. Where they at? They're all on this little board. Star Wars is away from you, make sure it's towards the outside. This is gonna go $371, right? No, that was 373. 371 is on the right hand side. The little cuts are towards the bottom, and that's where the 373 is going to go on the other end. We need part number 374. To lock these guys in. Couple spares, but I'm gonna take just what I need. Little wax on these guys, and from the top we insert it through these little holes on the left and right hand side. And that's our V1. Step number 1 on the bottom left, we need 376s. long piece 375 through these holes, 375 on the left and right hand side. Make sure they're in the same direction. Thought there was a spare. No, they're spares. Those were the spares. Lock it in and left and right. And this is going to go right in the middle here. Let's see, on the outside, and then we're going to lock it with the 377. Two on each side. One on the top, one on the bottom. And then that would and then we'll move on to the page number 99, and we need to insert 378 from the top and from the bottom into these little 377s. So 378, need 4 of these. There's some spares too, and this thing's just breaking. Take away what you don't need. One has split on me, so I do need a spare. That one split. All right, you got 3 more tries. There we go. Whoa. All right, this one's good. Yep. And let's see if we need the. Now we should be fine without the wax, but you can wax it up a little bit to get it installed from top and bottom. And we're done. So this completes our assembly, except I need to fix the turret, and this is how you install it for the display. So I'm gonna get back to this guy after these messages. All right, let's see. So since I broke this turret here, I need to figure out how to fix it, and let's see if we can do it without taking much of the assembly out. All right, so let's see, it's right in the center, so let's see, let's find the turret first. That'll be my step-by-step approach. Let's see, here it is. So it's on 3 pieces, and I don't think there's gonna be anything else preventing me from removing it just by itself. So I'm gonna start by, and I'm not gonna make this mistake again, I'm gonna use this box, the one that we did. I'm gonna set it on top to make sure I don't damage the other turret. I'm gonna open these guys up. All the way as far as I can. Next step, I'm removing the little tabs here. Parts number 37, and then I should be able to take that
Oh, I need to remove this part. Ooh. So there's a little more to it than I was expecting. All right, but maybe I can get to it through here. No. All right, so let's see. What do I need to remove? I need to remove these two little pieces here on the side before I can take the turret out. This one's just snapping in, so let's carefully take this guy off. And now I need to unbuckle these two little pieces. Here's one, and this is the other one. Just carefully slide it off, and now I should be able to remove this little sub-assembly. Now we can fix it. And I think the problem was that, let me remove the turret. So the problem was that I pressed too hard, and like when I pressed on the turret, it pushed down on the tab, which I want to probably put a little bit of a glue on it before. Or maybe when I installed it, that was another, could be another option, that before I installed it, I didn't hold it from the bottom and I pushed the actual tab out. I don't know if I can, I should be able to, should be fine. All right, that was a fairly quick fix. I want to say that was an easy problem solution. And now we can carefully slide everything back the way it was. Reinstall all the features. Easier said than done. I need another 37 because this one looks like it's damaged slightly. As I said, I have a couple of them left on here. Let me get to it a little bit later. Let's see from which direction we are setting this up. This one from the back and the other one's from the back. So let's do the back one first. So I'm gonna do it from left to right. Then we set it on our tabs. 1, 2, this side, this side. Bring this down, lift this up, reinstall it. Probably put your finger in there to get the paper in. Lift it up a little bit. Make sure it's in a slot. All right, gotta remove it again. Make sure the paper is in a slot. And then lock these two tabs. Bring this guy back up. And this tab in. And now it's all operational. We need the second part number 37 because the other one is damaged.
That was a quick fix, and I thought it was gonna take me about half an hour to fix it, but it was a little bit faster than that. And same thing, lift it up, bring the tab in, slide it in. This works, and now we'll put our little sub-assembly back on. Front and back, and we're done. Yay. All right, so now we're gonna lower this thing down. Remember, there's still a lot of friction in here, so towards working fine. It's pretty cool. And the other one is non-damaged, so we accomplished our mission. I can put the box on the side, put this guy here, and put the sub-assembly onto the stand. Millennium Falcon by UGears. Assembly is done by Dimitri with Ukidz LLC, UGears.us. We do have a lot of spare parts left, so those up to you. You can keep them just in case, or you can pitch them. If there are any questions, please leave a comment or leave a question below in the comments. Send us email at info@ugears.us. Please subscribe, like, and follow our channel. Check it out. I do a lot of assemblies. I already did 4 Star Wars out of, so the only things I got left is the TIE Fighter and the ATST. So those are the 2 more videos that I'm gonna run, and then I'm gonna come back to redoing or doing the videos for the other models that I'm still missing. I think it's about 30 models so far, but in either case, pretty awesome assembly, pretty cool. I want to say expert because of the amount of parts and how many you need, how much time and patience you need, but otherwise it's awesome project. Love it. Once again, this was Dimitri with Ukidz LLC, UGears.us. Please like and follow our channel, and we'll see you guys soon with the next assembly. And I'm gonna do a short video on operation. So it just sits as is. So the first and the main one, there's few options, right? The little dial on the left hand side, as you look at the front, when you rotate it, you get the feet come out, and then so this will help when you set it down not to damage this turret. So you set it down, and then there is a second one on the right side. This one's you got the entry for the crew, for Luke, for Han Solo, for everyone to come in here. Then you got this little window right here that opens as you move this little lever. And I need to double check on this one because we do, here we go, a little bit of a hiccup there, but otherwise opens up. So that's another option on here. Then we go back, we set the Falcon on our feet, our satellite rotates, so you can rotate it either direction. You have the little turret that you can move up and down and side to side. There's one on the bottom there too. You can also, it's movable. You need to set it carefully. So this one just rotates around, it doesn't go up and down. So a lot of functions in this thing. And then the last one, and the biggest one, is the opening of all these compartments. Mine is a little bit too dry still, but so it needs a little help. And then the more times you open and close it, the easier it's going to be. So here we got this little clicking sound that's just a gear skipping on the spring, but it all works. And then one more function, that's a little light. You get the light on the inside the cabin and the crew. Looks pretty awesome. And then this is like lit up as the back of it, kind of flying around. So it is a pretty cool, awesome model. Those are all the operations, I believe. You can go back and the end of the pages, it shows you everything that can be done.
So there is additional functions, as I remember, as the battery compartment. You can open it up, obviously change the batteries. These two cases are open, so if you want to hide something in there, that's probably an option. We work these guys in. I don't know if you guys can see it. There's two cases in there that are, you can open and close. Well, I open this one, can't close it because the wall is not away. So those are, and I think that's it. Obviously battery compartment as we talked about, and everything else looks pretty cool and awesome in here. All right, so nice piece. Feed towards satellite is rotating. Lights are on, off. Replacing battery compartments, opening the front window, and that's it. So done with the assembly. A lot of cool features. Mechanical UGears Millennium Falcon Star Wars. This was Dimitri with Ukidz LLC. We'll see you soon.